Well, good morning, councillors, and good morning to members of the community viewing it on live stream, and good morning to our staff. We have a full contingent of councillors today and no leave of absences or apologies. As is traditional with our meetings, councillors, I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and gather, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Reverend Rob Stanley was scheduled to deliver the morning prayer this morning, but he unfortunately is unable to join us. So I'm going to ask Councillor Eastwood if he would mind delivering the prayer, please.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. Father, we thank you that it's your day. And Lord, your word says that the government shall rest upon your shoulders. And Father, Lord God, it is a great responsibility to make decisions that affect our communities. And I pray that today you'll give us wisdom and knowledge and understanding as we make decisions that do alter the course of where we live. And Father, I just want to pray for your blessing on Councillor Hutton as he moves on into the future. And Lord, just bless him, and he's done a marvellous job here, Lord. And I just pray, Lord God, that you would your hand would upon his life, whatever he chooses to do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Item 4 is the confirmation of minutes from the previous meeting of the 21st of February 2023. Can I get a move in a second? Move, Councillor Mather, thank you. Looking very swish today, Councillor Mather. Well, it still works. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda, Councillor? Councillor Watson. Got about
that. I have a declaration of conflict of interest with, oh no, the email's gone garbled.
Did you provide it to the CEO?
Yeah,
it's on the screen, Councillor.
Oh. With 10.1, 11.3 and 11.5 today, thank you.
All right. So can we have a bit more information around that, Councillor Watson?
I'm trying to remember what they were. 10.1 was to do with Great Keppel Island. 11.3 and 11.5 were to do with Bangalee, where I have a house.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Now, item 6. We have deputations. Now, Councillor Watson, I believe you have something from a member of the... Oh, that's a petition, isn't it? My mistake. All right, so no deputations. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr CEO, I pass to you on this one.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Pleasingly, the business outstanding list is reduced to 13 items this month. Take the report as read, but happy to respond to any questions from councillors. I will provide a quick update on item 4, where I've been corresponding with government officials, particularly Nikki Wright, who many of you know from the Department of State Development. The work that was done by consultants appointed by the government, they have received a midway draft report they're going to share with council in the next little while to provide some feedback to their appointed consultant before finalising that report. So hopefully we'll have that in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Any questions, councillors?
Hi, Mr Chair. Just in relation to item 6, notice of motion review of DA process for community groups. It says there in the commentary report to be presented at May ordinary meeting. Was there any intention to have discussion with councillors, regarding the what options may be considered by both the organisation and council always to engage in that process before it being presented to table based, I guess, on what the organisation are putting forward, or is there going to be any communication before that?
Mr Chairman, I would expect so, as is customary, but I'll just confirm that we'll be briefing beforehand. We'll be briefing beforehand.
Okay. It'd be good if I could just say, it'd be good if it was included in the commentary, so one knew one was not sort of guessing what might happen, or so a little bit of extra information would be most appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather?
Number 7, Mr Mayor, thank you. In relation to the report that was tabled, in relation to the Jardine Rural Fire Brigade, we met on site 3 of the residents, brigade members. We met on site 3 of the brigade members and Mr Carter and myself to identify what needs to be done, and there was some discussion there, but nothing out of the box, and I suspect that those requests will be followed through, and I'll just keep an eye on them as we go. Thank you.
All right. I note that's coming to the April council meeting, Councillor Mather.
Yes. Another one, if anybody else has got one in the meantime.
The floor is yours again.
Number 13, the Marlborough upgrade to the Marlborough Police Station. Thank you, Mr CEO, for getting that correspondence away. I haven't heard anything back yet, but the temporary officer is there until after Easter, then the permanent one comes in. And I take it from the conversations I've had with the officers who are making decisions that if we had another house up there, we'd have a second officer. So I think it's a matter of wait and see what the state budget brings in so that we can have 2 people working, because they do need 2 people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments, councillors? Okay. Are we happy to receive those? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 7.2, lifting matters from the table. Mr CEO, can I pass to you on this one, please?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is the item we fumbled last month. It's actually an item of business from about 12 months ago that related to a lengthy, the normal quarterly report from different parts of the organisation. At the time, it also made some recommendations around the full-time equivalent staffing cap that exists at Livingstone. That part of that recommendation that month, 12 months ago, was laid on the table at the time. That matter, as councillors know, has since been dealt with, but the administrative matter of still concluding the item from 12 months ago remains. So this item lifts the matter from the table, and the item is listed separately in the agenda today for conclusion.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Any questions on that, councillors?
No questions, Mr Mayor, but as we come to the CEO's report, I expect there'll be sort of further discussion on that one.
Okay.
So I don't have a problem lifting it off the table, but it may need to go back there. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Moved Councillor Bello. I'm happy to second. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Welcome, folks. Good to see you. Item 8, presentation of petitions. Now, I think the lady who presented this to council, Yvonne Logan, isn't here, but Councillor Watson, I think you're going to be spokesperson today.
Yeah, just I had a call last night from Yvonne that she said there wasn't enough room to write what they actually wanted to say, why they needed this upgrade. The heated pool at the Coupe complex is too small for the people doing the work there. People are being sent there by doctors to do these aerobics that they're doing in the pool. I asked them about whether they could do it at the Emu Park pool, and they said the pool's actually too deep to do. Oh, I can't see anything now. To do anything there, so they wanted to know if there's. That's why they did this petition to say that can we be looking at making it a larger pool? And I said I don't know what the outcome is of that, but I present it for you this morning.
Right.
So it's just the problem is they're just finding they just don't have the spaces like sardines in a pool at the moment.
All right.
Okay. So that's why the petition's all that. Sorry. Yes. Simmered.
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. So, councillors, we're receiving and noting the contents, so I'm happy to move that we do that. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Hutton, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Just a question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
We do need to further this somehow for further discussions before, when these people know now that it's been received, but they'll say, well, what next? We won't have any answers at this point in time. We need to sort of follow it through with some sort of further discussion as to what we do and how we do it.
I have no doubt, Councillor Mather, that this conversation will come up as part of the planning for the new Kiwi Bay Aquatic Complex, because that particular 17 metres pool, heated pool, will need to be considered as part of the overall redesign of the complex.
But we don't have a trail at this point to say that's where it's going to go.
There's no trail at this point. All we can offer them is to receive and note the petition, and we'll take it on board as part of the planning for the Kiwi Bay Aquatic Complex.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Okay, item 10, councillors, is the questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. And Councillor Watson, you're leaving us for the time being. First one is 10.1 from Councillor Hutton on Great Keppel Island, the jewel in the crown. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
I'd like to move the motion in my name.
Okay. So the motion is that Council request a discussion paper on the benefits costs of an allocation in the 23-24 budget for wayfinding signage and walking track improvements with potential partners identified. Any questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, seeing it's on, Mr Mayor, I might just take advantage of that. No, I think it's a good motion. People need directions, and I think if we've got places for them to go, some lovely places for them to view from, and I think signage is absolutely essential.
Yep. Councillor Eastwood?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to speak briefly, Mr Mayor. Look, it's just been too long. We've kept on waiting and waiting and waiting for someone to do something about this, and I guess it's time that council sort of make some steps to rectifying that problem. If we do it ourselves, we'll get some community involvement or whatever. But we've got this beautiful island on our doorstep, great for visitors and tourists alike, and the tracks and the signage are just in disarray.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillors, I'd like to, I'll go first, Councillor, if you don't mind. I'd like to commend Councillor Hutton on bringing this to the table, because I'm on record as saying that I think council's expenditure and attention to Great Keppel Island over the past number of years could have been better, notwithstanding the state of the yellow brick road along the front of the beach. I think is a classic example of what needs to be done in the way of maintenance over there. So I think it's a wise move for council to consider this in the budget, because we can't rely on the state government funding. We don't know what's going to happen with that. The Great Keppel Island Master Planning Group has been working hard trying to come up with solutions for the so-called $25 million that's been allocated to Great Keppel Island, but unfortunately I don't think we can rely on that. I'm not saying it won't happen, but we should be proactive ourselves. So I commend Councillor Hutton for bringing this to the table. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I have questions. Thanks, Mr Mayor. One of the questions you've just answered was, where are we up to? Do we still have the $24 million in the state government budget for GKI? Is that still available? And the second question to Councillor Hutton is, what is the dollar amount that you wish to contribute in this budget that we're currently deliberating?
Thank you very much, Councillor Friend, for the question. I am not seeking to put a dollar amount on it. I believe that, as I've previously expressed, that the budget for 23-24 will be developed by the continuing councillors, and I didn't feel it was my place to try and tell you what amount to put into the budget. However, the question of whether there is a benefit in having an amount put into that budget is something for the remaining councillors to consider when they plan for their budget. I don't know what the budget's capacity will be. So yes, I apologise that I can't more fully give you a definitive answer for your question.
No, thank you, and thank you for attempting to, answer it. Councillor Hutton, I commend you also on this, your last notice of motion at this table, which is very emotionally sad for all of us here, and but what a wonderful way to leave your legacy with Livingstone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other questions, councillors? I'm happy to go to the vote.
Not so much a
Bello.
question.
Sure. Yeah.
So who seconded it in the end, the motion?
We haven't got a mover or a seconder yet. Councillor Hutton, I'm assuming, will move.
I'm happy to
Second.
second it in order to
Yep.
formalise debate there. I'm happy to speak if the opportunity is there to the motion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or would you like to lead, councillor?
I'll speak last. I think
Okay.
everyone has spoken, so.
I guess this reminds me in some ways, although the subject is, or the elements are different in terms of walking track, but as you know, we have a motion laying on the table regarding the sewerage challenges over there, which are grossly deficient. There is massive challenges over there on Great Keppel Island, massive challenges that for this council to fund the infrastructure over there on that island with such a small rate base is a very difficult thing to do. But we know it deserves a heck of a lot more funding spent on it. What that proportion is in terms of local council and the state government is yet to be determined. But what's desperately needed is to raise the profile of the urgent need on Great Keppel Island for aspects like this, the walking trails and signage, basic infrastructure that the jewel in the crown supposedly has been neglected of for many, many years. So if this can elevate in some way to our state government, that money has to be spent and it's critical to be spent. And council will, I guess, through this motion, consider in its budget deliberations what we can put forward to make any difference on Great Keppel Island. So I'm very happy to support the motion, Councillor Hutton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, do you want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, it is no surprise nor an unexpected notice of motion that I put this up as the last notice of motion I'll provide as a councillor for Livingstone. We and all levels of government have spoken about Great Keppel Island as being the jewel in the crown, but unfortunately I believe there's a second analogy which also applies there, which is Great Keppel Island is forever the bridesmaid, never the bride. We've seen an island that for the best part of a decade has seen an underinvestment, but also a constant wait. Waiting to see what the developers of the island will do, waiting to see what the investment available from state government or federal government elections will be able to achieve, waiting to see what a master plan process will achieve. And yet, for that decade, we've had an island where residents, people from further afield across Australia, particularly during COVID, have reconnected with that island and that sacred space and that special place, and yet found it wanting, found it dilapidated, found it less than what it can be. Now, it is still a beautiful and special place to go, but anyone who waited after hearing tragically the news that Great Keppel Island was closed and falsely thinking that the closure of the resort meant that the island itself had shut, they may have risked it and gone and tried again, and yet what they've found there is an island where it is as if time has stood still in so many ways. The operators over there have done a brilliant job in trying to lift up and hold their own product up, but the facilities across the island itself have been left in a poor state. Now, council has multiple times stepped into this space, so in trying to provide some public amenities on the island, in trying to provide additional shade structures on the island, these are all ways that council has said, hey, we know that there needs to be more, and trying to do our small part, as we are but one shareholder on the island itself. Yet the walking trails across that island are in a poor state, and the consequence of that is that families and individuals are going on these walks with the best mapping in the world, because there are some beautiful maps of great trails that you can walk across the island, but they're actually finding that once they get off on that track, that they're not sure if they're going left or right, upwards or downwards, and they are getting lost. When we live in a climate such as ours, where there is such humidity and heat, unless you are well prepared in terms of providing for water, providing for food to take with you, the chances are that you will come home with heat stroke, or you will come home in a diminished capacity because of the fact that your journey took a lot longer than you expected or went off in a tangent. And quite often it's the locals who happen to be walking around who are finding these visitors and tourists and providing for them and supporting them in coming back to the, oh, you need to go back this way to head towards camp or to head towards the hideaway or to head towards Jeff Murph's holiday village. I understand that there are challenges in an environment where there are so many stakeholders, where there are so many opportunities and potential pitfalls. But for our residents, for our guests and tourists who go to this island, I believe that as a community, we need to step up, and by investigating what the costs and the benefits of an allocation in the 23-24 budget to look at the walking trails on Great Keppel Island, it provides not just for the future and potentially aligns with the master plan and the development plan and all those other great things that may come along, but it ensures that our island, which is the jewel in the crown in the words of Michelle Landry, Brittany Lauger and every other politician who comes along, it ensures that the bridesmaid that we have who has forever been waiting will actually see some change and some movement in a positive direction and will look after our community, which is obviously something that I know that all of our councillors hold dear.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And can I say, as this is your last notice of motion to this table, I'm personally going to miss your oratory and I'm going to miss your eloquence. And can I, on behalf of Council, and I'm sure I speak for the community, thank you for your service to Livingstone Shire. I know that will be ongoing in various different capacities rather than as a councillor. But certainly your contribution has been significant. And I guess thank you really sounds inadequate, Councillor Hutton, but it's the best I guess we can do at this point. But certainly thank you sincerely for your service. And we look forward to engaging with you in different capacities in the future. 10.2, notice of motion. Beg your pardon? Yeah. We're going to move it, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Would someone find Councillor Watson, please? Morning, Greg. Councillor Watson, we're up to 10.2. Notice of motion from Councillor Mather. Driveway on Mount Street. Councillor Mather, you're moving this?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Hutton, thank you. The floor is yours, Councillor Mather.
Mayor, our officer will give you a report as well. I did this at the time that there was concern, and there still is concern, and more to the point, there was conflicting information coming back from either the council and the resident and the people in the street. Safety, road safety was the issue that the residents raised this matter on, and having a driveway in a site, at a site where there are blind corners, and where it's not approved, there are liabilities attached to it, not only to the person in the vehicles, but also to the council in allowing it. At that time, like I said, there was conflicting information going backwards and forwards, and as the resident with the driveway was asked to close the gate where the panel had been taken off the fence, the gate was left open and vehicles were still going in when there was also another driveway that could have been used. So the resident wasn't exactly helping the cause, shall I just put it that way. So I did all this, Mr. Mayor, and I know since the work has been done, the panel's gone back up, and as far as I know, the resident has been told that because of the conflicting information, I want to bed this down with certainty. Thank you. Bed this down with certainty that the residents know what's expected, the person with the driveway knows what's expected, and we're giving them a clear message from this table what our expectations are. So it's not superfluous, Mr. Mayor, it's just confirming and solidifying what we've already told him. But we need something in writing so that the people who have been concerned all of this time know that it is going to happen this way.
All right. Councillor Friend, before I go to you, I'm going to ask the officer to give us an update on what's been happening from an operational point of view on this, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillors. In relation to the access of Mount Street, the gates or the area has been closed off. The property owner has been informed. I personally went out myself and asked him to close the gates and not use that access anymore. We are working with that particular property owner to have the area, the road reserve area that was being utilised, reinstated back to what it was previously. And the property owner has also been informed that any access or proposed access, permanent, would not be supported by council.
Thank you. Councillor Friend.
Yes, my question is, may we see a map of this particular property, please?
Something we prepared earlier, Councillor Friend.
Thank you. So I see, so it was in the rear of the property where they were using it as an access or exit point? And they're complying with everything that council has asked of them?
To this point, they have in terms of closing the access and not using it anymore. That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if that map is complete.
That's,
There is the shed that has gone up there. It's a large shed that has since been erected. Yeah, and that's okay, because it's not, the reason for that driveway coming out on the corner is to service the construction of the shed, where you've got that ground cover.
can I ask the officer two questions? One is, what's our ability as a local government authority to tell people where to put their fence? And then secondly, what's our ability to tell people where to put access to their property?
So in response to the first question, we can't regulate where they put their fence other than on their property line. Okay? We certainly can't regulate where people put a gate, because a gate could be used for personal access to the road reserve. Everyone does have a lawful right to access the road reserve. In terms of the second question in relation to an access of where we can ask to put the access, in this particular instance, if there was to be an access there, that would not comply with our Development Works Code and we would not be able to support it.
Right. So just to clarify, that's the access on the corner we can see there?
Yes, the concrete access, yes, that is. And there has been some infill concrete placed between the shed and that arc on that driveway that you can see within the property, which would allow the property owner to access the shed on the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Can I just ask a question? When you're looking at this picture, if he'd put the access onto, is that Mount Street at the top there? I can't read it. Okay. Whatever the street is at the top, if he'd done it straight out through there, would that have been allowed?
No, we wouldn't, because the grades would be too steep in that particular part.
Just on another occasion, just say that he did have, if it was accessible, would he be able to use that as an exit?
Potentially, he could be, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Mather.
Yeah, just down at the bottom of the screen, you've got a white vehicle there. That is the lawful access. Everybody's got one access, and that's his lawful access.
I understand, Councillor Mather. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, I guess my question comes from portfolio perspective, from organisational performance. I acknowledge Councillor Mather's efforts to bring this to the table through a notice of motion. It's quite an effort to do that, and it would seem that both officers and Council Law are now working together in agreement on what the issue is and to solve the problem. I guess from either the CEO or an officer's perspective, is that how you would like us to do it? I didn't have to bring motions forward, or is there a way that this could be carried out from an operational perspective?
Well, can I attempt to address that, Mr. CEO? You can follow up if you wish. But certainly my personal preference is, and I know where you're heading with this, Councillor, because this really is an operational matter. My preference would have been for this to have been dealt with the officers and the residents concerned and the complainant. Certainly, I think subsequent to Councillor Mather's complaint and subsequent complaint from the resident and the neighbour, this has been dealt with adequately. And so, but unfortunately, as part of the meeting process, meeting protocol, there's no ability for me or the CEO to withdraw a nom or take a nom out of the agenda once it's been lodged. So, you know, that's part of our dilemma here.
Yeah, okay, just a follow-up question, I guess. So it would seem that there's been an effort after the motion's been put in to address the issue, or has there been the opportunity for that to happen well before this, I guess? That's probably, and I'm not in any way, shape or form having a go at Councillor Mather for putting it in. It's more, how do we work collaboratively before it gets to this point? Was there the opportunity for that to happen? If yes, well, we wouldn't have got here. If no, well, why not? And how do we do it better next time, I guess? That's probably where I can see that hopefully we can both use our energies, I guess, collaboratively rather than we end up in the same, potentially in the same spot at the end, but it's quite a difficult way to get there. An answer now is not necessary, but it's probably more an observation, but there is an answer that could give us some confidence that this may not necessarily need to be a way we need to move forward into the future. That would be encouraging.
Mr Mayor, I can offer some supplementary comments to your own. 18 months or so ago, we made some fundamental changes to what's called the acceptable requests guidelines. Council has adopted the acceptable request guidelines. That was an intentional move to encourage more interaction between councillors and officers. So my response to Councillor Bellow's question, and it's not just in these circumstances, it's in lots of circumstances, is pick up the telephone. I think we can resolve lots of issues just by talking to one another without the need for lots of other formal interaction.
Councillor Mather.
Just to further clarify what Councillor Bella has been raising, I probably put in more notices than anybody, and I don't apologise for that. I don't really particularly like to spend an hour or 2 hours in some cases gathering information over a period of time, putting it to paper and getting the wording right so you can't destroy it, because that's what happens. I spend a lot of time doing what I do to get the facts. And when people tell me that the cars are reversing down the street in front of their car, that worries me. And I'm being told, and they're being told, that the gates are going to be closed and there's no more use of that land. And then you go down there and the gates are open and the trucks are there and the semi-trailers are across the road, across the gateway. Of course I have to do something about it, because it's the conflicting information that the people have been getting. It's not to use the driveway, but you find the driveway's being used and the semi-trailers are right across it. I mean, something has to be done to put it to bed. That's all I'm doing, to making sure that there is no more conflicting information. And I think perhaps the resident hasn't helped at all.
Okay, so we're in debate now, Councillor Mather.
Yeah, that's all I need to say, Mr Mayor, thank you. It's only because of the conflicting information that has been going out and what people have been given that I'm making sure that the residents know what is going to happen, Mr Mayor, and I'm hoping that the councillors will support that information.
All right. Well, Councillor Mather's spoken in support of the motion. Anyone speaking against? All right. Well, I'm going to express some reservations about this, because for mine this appears to be a one-off situation where the shed was being constructed. I would not anticipate, and Greg, you might correct me if I'm wrong here, that this is going to happen again. But ultimately, I guess I'm just very concerned that we bring operational matters like this to the table as regularly as we seem to be doing lately. Councillor Mather, I'll let you wrap up in a minute. But certainly I struggle with this one, I really do, because we don't have any lawful ability to tell people where to put their fence. We do have a lawful ability to tell people where they can have their driveway. So for me to support this, I think that particular resolution would have to be amended. Anyone else speaking in favour? Anyone else against? Happy to wrap up?
Mr Mayor, I have a question. What amendment would you make to this notice of motion?
Well, first of all, I take out any reference to the fence panels and the gate, because we have no ability to tell people where to put fences and gates. That's just law. I'm not going up against councillor Mather. I'm just saying that's a fact. I have no ability to do that. All right, councillor Watson, question?
I'm just wondering why we're even voting on it when it's already been solved. I don't understand. I'm sorry. If it's been solved, what are we still talking about?
Because councillor Mather is the only one that can withdraw it from the agenda.
No, I don't intend to withdraw it, Mr Mayor. I don't intend to withdraw it, Mr Mayor, because I've spent a lot of time talking to the residents. Each time a vehicle comes through that gate and they've been told not to use that access. We don't care where their panels go, Mr Mayor, but they have an access and they're using an illegal access to conduct the business to the shed. And that's why I have to do it, Mr Mayor.
I'm not suggesting you withdraw it, councillor Mather. I'm just responding to councillor Watson's question. That's why we're dealing with it. Under the meeting procedures, we have to deal with it unless a councillor withdraws it. Councillor Hutton?
So can we just get confirmation from the CEO then that there's nothing in this resolution that would be ultra vires? Because obviously we can pass any motion we like, but in the absence of legality, are we setting ourselves up to commit a crime? And what would that? Yeah, what changes would be necessary to mean that this is no longer ultra vires with reference to the officer's report?
Mr Chairman, for the benefit of those curious what ultra vires means, it's Latin for beyond the law, meaning that councils and other government authorities can't seek to move in a direction that isn't contemplated by the law. Although the resolution makes specific reference to a notice, which would suggest a formal process, I think the spirit of the motion is about, it does refer to directed. There wouldn't be any lawful reliance that we could have to discharge point 2. So we could certainly request that point 2 be adhered to, but we wouldn't have any lawful means of enforcing that. And I think the Mayor pointed that out earlier in his in the response that Greg gave to his question.
All right, councillors. Councillor Hutton?
So further question then, in that circumstance where we have something that we identify as ultra vires, how can it be continued as a motion? Surely that at that point it needs to go.
Well, my question would be to councillor Mather, is she prepared to remove point 2? Councillor Mather, are you prepared to remove point 2?
Mr Mayor. No, Mr Mayor. If this gets lost, I'm out of here. Let me say that.
Councillor Mather, can we take the emotion out of it, please? I
Well,
just
Mr.
ask
Mayor,
you, are you prepared to
I'm
remove...
sick and tired of fighting the bureaucracy in this council, even if it means verging on operational matters, and that's what I've been doing for a long time.
Councillor Mather, you're not fighting the bureaucracy, you are fighting the law as far as point 2 goes. That's the legislation.
The removal of the fence panel gives access to the backyard. That is illegal. That's what I'm saying. It has to be closed. Just let them know.
But it's been clearly stated, Councillor Mather, from the officer, from a legal point of view, we have no ability to tell people where to put a fence or a gate.
All right, Mr Mayor, I'll remove 2.
Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, and I don't mean to cause challenge. I recognise the advice of the CEO. Is it potential that rather than removing number 2, that we actually just put in the word requests, they remove the panel as advice? So I think that the CEO advised that would no longer be a direction, but rather a request to the owner, because I think we just needed to get the wording right to make it.
So, again, I guess my struggle is with the first sentence where you've got the word directed to. Yeah. We are directing them to do that. I'm not trying to be difficult, Councillor Mather. This has got to be a lawful resolution. perhaps you could change it to say that they, one, be directed to immediately cease, two, be requested to replace. In point one, that they immediately, yep, okay. Councillor Mather, you want to just check the wording on that? Okay. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton, you're happy with the wording? It's better. It's better.
As long as the advice from the CEO is that we're now in a place where it's legal, I think the intent was clear and honourable. We just needed to make sure we got it right.
Yeah, the intent's clear. We won't be pursuing anything legally in relation to point two, and as I think Councillor Watson pointed out, the work's been done.
Okay, we're happy to go to we've got a mover and a seconder. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Hutton. We close the vote, councillors. Go to the vote. All in favour? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.3, notice of motion, Councillor Mather, Marlborough and Serena Road concerns. Councillor Mather, you're moving?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Motion is live. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
There's not a lot to be said here, Mr Mayor, apart from what's already written, because the Marlborough Serena Road is in a state, in some parts, it's in a state of disrepair, and that's particularly on the range. And the wind farm is going to be moving in the next 12 months. It's slowed and taking up the highway at a slow pace. And that road, and I've seen it, I've had people call me all the time in relation to the bitumen being moved, like there's no bitumen surface on the gravel in parts and big potholes. And I'm concerned that unless TMR is satisfied that the road is safe, there are public concerns out there, and we need to be sure that this has been brought to TMR's attention, that there are public concerns.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for?
I do want to speak in support of this, but I think it's a much broader challenge that local councils are going to face with this type of transport occurring. And even if we think of Stanage Bay Road there, where the first 4 kilometres has been severely deteriorated through the balance of the road, certainly getting an upgrade, but impact must be considered in these projects, and local councils just cannot absorb the cost of rebuilding roads as a result of a higher level of government's investment. We even see that at Thompson's Point Road, where we've got a boat ramp that people love, but we've got $6.5 million of dirt road that is absolutely, in an appalling state at different times. So we do need to speak up. So happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other comments, councillors? We're happy to wrap up and go to the vote. A mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Sorry, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.4, notice of motion from Councillor Eastwood in relation to motor vehicle allowances. Councillor Eastwood, you're moving?
Yes, I will be, Mr Mayor. Look, I probably won't say anything to start with. I'll just reserve the right to wrap up. I imagine everyone's read the background information. So, yeah, I'll just let everybody have a bit of a say if they want to. And
all right,
then
thank
I'll wrap
you.
Up.
Seconder, please. Councillor Bello. Okay, the motion is live. Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, you're not speaking, right? Anyone else speaking? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I have to say congratulations to the good councillor for putting his first notice of motion in as a councillor. It is quite a momentous occasion, but I am speaking against, and basically in respect to Councillor Eastwood, in 2020, as councillors, we were given the option to take a lump sum of $3,000 per annum for logging our mileage for business relating to council. I chose to lodge my mileage and for every kilometre in order to be transparent, make a record for justification of council business and for fair and appropriate reimbursement. My kilometres, as Councillor Eastwood has noted in his notice of motion, were over and above that 3,000 mark per annum. However, I feel, as I said, they are justified, they are transparent, and I could absolutely tell people where I've been, who I've met with, and what I've done. So the other part of his notice of motion was to look at the Australian Taxation Office and the correct amount per kilometre for published Australian Taxation Office business use of motor vehicle, cents per kilometre, which is a mouthful, which this year is 78 cents per kilometre. And each year since we've been councillors from 2020, our council has been paying us the correct Australian taxation amount per kilometre. So I just feel that without the justification of the exact amount of kilometres that you have actually driven for council business, then it's very difficult to raise that another $2,000 per councillor per annum, which would equate for 6 councillors to another shade sale in one of our much needed parks. A much needed shade sale in the park, I should say. So for that reason, I'm happy that whoever lodges their kilometres and can prove the amount of mileage they undertake on behalf of council for our constituents, then it's justified. If you're unable to actually prove the kilometres and you want that extra $2,000, I don't think it's a justification for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking in support of the motion? Councillor Bello?
This council deemed that you could either use a logbook or $3,000 was an adequate amount. So we actually deemed that there was adequate governance around that policy. $3,000 was the figure that was identified as not needing a logbook. This is purely saying, to play catch up a bit, that amount is not enough, and that to cover the cost of increasing fuel prices and what have you, and $5,000 has been nominated. So whether it's 3,000 or 5,000, if you're going to support 3,000, support 5,000 not because it's, or don't not support it because it's not transparent, because you can't support 3,000, you can't support any amount. It's either logbook or nothing. Some of us have part-time jobs. I put my hand up and say I'm in that bracket. There would be very few days I don't drive to a job site, 7 in the morning, and then at 8:30 I drive to a constituent, and I go back to the job site. Often I'll change my clothes on the job site, then I drive back to the constituent. That's how my life is. And doing a logbook for those kinds of days is absolutely painful. Is it a pain that I should endure because for transparency? Perhaps you agree that I should. All I'm saying is that 5,000 would be more reflective of what should be the base load for a councillor. And if you choose to do a logbook, that's fine. 100% support your right to do that. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Like Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you. And I thank the good councillor for his first notice of motion. He'll get the hang of it if he has a few more. It's not nice to lose one, but something like this, it's sensitive, and it's important that the public gets a clear message of what we're trying to do here. It's all about transparency. We can't get away from it. My poor old car, it's my 3rd car, but this one's on 230-something thousand. And I'd say a good most of that. It just takes me 70k just to get here and home again every day. And I know the damage it causes to my car because I travel the roads that people are travelling all the time, and my car's pretty well wrecked now. The damage that I pay, but they're not reimbursed, and I'm not asking for that. But I do put my mileage down, so as Councillor Friend says, people know where you've been, who you've spoken to, and why you were there. Mr. Mayor, it's not a competition between the councillor's remuneration for mileage and the mayor's remuneration. It's not a competition. Anybody who wants a bigger pay packet for the use of a vehicle or mileage runs for mayor. They need to run for mayor. The mayor, seeing that the good member raised it, the mayor chose to use his own vehicle, as we all did. I don't believe we're out to gain anything. We're not here to feather our own nests at all. We're here to be transparent, but not be disadvantaged in doing so. If the councillor feels that the $3,000 isn't enough to cover his mileage on his council duties, then I think the only alternative is that we have at our disposal is to do a mileage. Do the mileage. We know where you've been. We know who you've been speaking to. No privacy in this job anymore. But Mr. Mayor, it's all about transparency. And I don't know, whichever way you want to put it. Yes, it's onerous. It's a pain in the backside. But at the same time, at the end of the day, when that someone comes and taps you on the shoulder and says, where were you on that day? You can do it. You can tell them where you were. And you have no qualms in doing that. So I think there is a choice, and I support you all the time. But I think in this one, it's a little bit different. I think you're just going to have to make that little extra effort and get your mileage up there in your books. And it's all over. It's not a problem. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton speaking for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the motion, recognising that in 2020, when councillors made this choice, in 2020 was the age of COVID, was a time when councillors recognised that their greatest movements were likely to be from formal council event to formal council event. What we've seen in the last 2 years is with the dropping of COVID regulations that we've gone back to a more normal state of affairs where there are on any given weekend events across the Shire, and it is expected and an expectation of our community that councillors, not just the Mayor, but all councillors, will attend where possible. Now, I believed at the time of the $3,000 approval that it was something that was about providing an efficiency, and there is accountability to the community because every year in the annual report, as the figures that Councillor Eastwood has provided demonstrating all of the wages, the superannuation and the travel claims by councillors are provided to the community, that these too are available for the community to see. If we consider that we are 2 years on from a period when we believed that councillors, due to the changes under the COVID-19 regulations, were having limited movements, if we consider that the cost of providing those services in terms of vehicle movements is enhanced, then I don't believe that it is irrational to seek a renewal for this. I don't believe that in a circumstance where we have councillors saying that we understand that the only way that this can be done is formally through a council meeting in open, transparent meeting, that it is right that it comes up just as it did back in 2020. It comes forward for the community to see. Now, in 2020, there was a recognition that there would be times where the Mayor would be required to travel more across the region, so in terms of attending CQ Rock events that may be out in Emerald, in Gladstone, in Billow, and also the fact that quite often when the Mayor travels that there's more than one councillor in his vehicle. That was the thinking in 2020, and it made sense that, as we all do, we try and economise the choices that we're making to the benefit of the ratepayers. I have no fear about this change being put forward for councils into the future. I think that that's a fine and acceptable motion. It is simply as to whether this is the will and the wish of the current council to acknowledge and defend that. if the will of the council is that they go, no, we don't believe that for any greater amount than $3,000, we're happy to explain that to the community, then obviously you'll vote the motion down that the council has put forward today. If you are willing to say, well, we have a situation where, unlike colleagues in Rockhampton, where they may have a service vehicle, or where that this is a choice that Livingstone has made to show restraint, but at the same time provide and make sure that we are providing for the needs and wants of our community, to both have councillors there, but also have the transparency that every dollar that is collected and provided for councillors in reimbursement for the expenses they paid is shown to the community through the annual report, which, unlike other councillors, and I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times, we have our wages and things on about page 5 of our report. One of our neighbouring councillors leave all the wages and the costs of their councillors to page 96. I'm pretty sure that we can stand up and be proud to say that we are putting forward an honest and transparent as to how we deal with this. It's simply a choice as do we believe that the $3,000 of 2020 is reflective of the costs and the movements that our community is asking of us in 2023 and moving forward.
Mr Mayor, I've spoken, but may I ask a question?
Yes, you can. You're in debate.
Thank you. My question is, in 2020, putting aside COVID, am I correct in saying that the $3,000 figure came from the previous mileage by previous councils in the previous tender on average? So this is how they came up with the $3,000, by looking at the previous mileage and averaging all councillors' mileage in the previous tender from 2016.
A truly excellent question, councillor friend, and one I probably won't even go to the CEO on because he wasn't here at the time. Perhaps councillor Hutton might recall. No?
We
Yeah.
can find out, but I don't know.
We'll take that question on notice, councillor friend. Councillor, a question? Councillor Watson. Yeah.
Just, Councillor Pat, how did you come to the 5,000? That's what I want to know.
I actually believe it should have been a fair bit more, actually. I looked at it being 25% of the mayor's amount, whereas at the moment we get 15%, which I just think is disgraceful.
And can I just clarify a point here? The 20,000 allowance to me isn't just a fuel allowance. It would, I mean, I use my own vehicle in lieu of a council supplied vehicle. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr Mayor, this isn't just for a fuel allowance either. It's for people using their own. It's a cost of insurance and everything else that's going up, registrations.
All right, Councillor Eastwood. Any other questions before we go to Councillor Eastwood to wrap up? Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, thanks for all your comments, councillors. Look, I've just looked at in relation to our neighbours, Gladstone and Rocky, councillors. I know they're full-time councillors, getting fully serviced vehicles, and they can even elect for an amount to use that vehicle totally for their private use, including the fuel. To say there's no transparency, I just really find that very difficult to swallow. And I totally follow Councillor Bellow's analogies in relation to work, especially when you have a second job and you're running from a surf lesson, often swapping cars, swapping clothes, and running. The last thing you need in your life is just another little dig, something else you've got to fill out and get lost. And from doing that prior to the $3,000 rule, many of us would get to the end of the month and be sort of going through diaries trying to work out what our kilometres were, and it just it probably doesn't work real well. So Mayor and councillors, I believe holding office is in many ways, I guess, like being part of a church in a way. You have a mayor as a senior pastor.
Don't put me as a priest.
and then councillors maybe as like youth pastors, family pastors, assistant pastors, etc. Could be the councillors. And I've held positions in the church and like councillors, fairly underpaid, but you do it because you love it. You do it because you love God and you love people. And just as councillors, we do it because we love our community and we love what we can do for our great community. And there's a verse in the Bible in Timothy that says, "You shall not muzzle the ox while he's treading out the grain to keep it from eating. And the worker is worthy of his wages and he deserves fair compensation." And I believe it's a pretty good analogy because council is no different. The worker deserves fair compensation. No one wants what's not right or fair here. And unlike the workforce, the general workforce, there's no union that jumps up and down for us, fighting for us. And I find it really hard, actually, having to fight for yourself. I don't believe we should have to do that. But we deserve fair compensation for the work we do and the kilometres that we do to cover that work. And I believe that the Mayor is rightly compensated. And I guess, and I believe it to be true, if he'd chosen to have the mayoral car, it would have cost the ratepayer and cost the council and the ratepayer a lot more. But how can anyone think that $3,000, that is 15% of the mayor's allowance, is any way fair for councillors? If we had a trade union on this, it would go nuts. All this motion is asking for is $5,000. That's $25,000 of the mayor's allowance. It's not a greedy, 25%. It's not a greedy request. Remember, councillors, you can still choose to put in your monthly vehicle allowance claim, but for the $5,000, you don't have to do this. Just as the mayor doesn't have to do it for his $20,000. There's no accountability there, if you're talking about accountability. Okay, so what? No transparency there. It's exactly the same
I
thing.
think that's not a very fair comment,
Councillor
Mr.
Maylie, you can't comment now.
I'm just wondering, we're bordering on perhaps defamation here.
No, I don't think so, Councillor.
I don't think so. Mayor and councillors, in the name of fairness and just doing what is right, I ask that you support what is a common sense motion. It's not crazy, like Councillor Hutton said. Prices have gone way up. We're travelling a lot more compared to the COVID times. And I really believe that the good, hard-working people, fun-loving people of our Shire would see what we're doing here as just and fair. You're not going to lose any votes. Everyone's going to go, that's fair, that's good. That's where we should be going. And I'd be very disappointed. I'd actually think it was nearly, no, I won't say it. I just when I look at some of the amounts of the people that have made the objections, we're looking in the 14 grand, 15 grand compared to, these lower amounts. I just find it's a nothingness. And I just ask, please, councillors, that you support this motion. It's fair, it's right, and please back it up, please.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. So we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. You've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconder, Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Okay, 10.5 from Councillor Eastwood, lighting of pathways. Councillor Eastwood, you're moving?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Seconded. Councillor Watson, thank you. The floor is yours, Councillor Eastwood.
Look, this council, going back to a few years when we got some really good grants to build some great pathways throughout this Shire. And the one in particular I'm thinking about is that great pathway that goes from Lammermoor right through to Kent Beach and hopefully to go even further into the future. Now this is a pathway that I can nearly equate it to the pathway in front of along Burley Heads Esplanade. We get so many people doing their morning walks, their afternoon walks, their midday strolls. But one of the things that's been happening is people have been coming to me and they've been saying, Pat, we can't walk it at night. It's not safe. We want some lighting. And I sort of got thinking about it and I thought, well, that's something that this council needs to look at into the future, to the future of all our pathways, whether it's and we probably even just a report. I don't really know what I'm asking here, but I just wanted to put it out there. Maybe even a report from the officers stating how much it would cost to put in lighting while they're actually doing a pathway rather than afterwards, and how much it would cost to put great lighting on this particular pathway, which is probably the most popular in the Shire, and not only for our residents but also for our tourists. It's amazing. I was doing surf lessons yesterday morning, and it was just a nuisance how many people were using that pathway as I tried to walk across with my stand-up paddleboards and surfboards. So, I just would love to see something maybe put into our forward budget, a report come forward saying what we can do and when. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against?
Questions
I have a
to me?
question.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Back
anyone?
to you, ma'am.
Thank you, through the chair. Actually, my question's for the CEO and perhaps the General Manager of Infrastructure. Last week we undertook budget deliberations for capital works, and we specifically spoke of money put aside for the lighting in those budget deliberations. Now, and with all due respect, you had a legitimate reason for not being there, Councillor Eastwood. However, my question, could you please help me recall how much money was put into our forward works budget, discussing it last week in budget deliberations for lighting? I can't recall if it was 25,000 or 75,000 for street lighting in our capital works.
Mr Mayor, I think the response to Councillor Friend's question is there is an allocation for street lighting, not necessarily the lighting that Councillor Eastwood is contemplating. We haven't done any work on what these things might be, and it would be something that we would, if Council supports this particular resolution, would either need to build into the designs of pathways, and therefore when we're presenting cases to the Council to build that in as an optional extra to these things. I don't think the figures will be immaterial, particularly in isolated areas, to drag conduits and stand lights and do all of those things that are necessarily meeting of the standards. So, but that is a question for councillors. You know, we observe standards where, like lots of other things, the closer you are to higher population density areas, the standards of things increase, understandably. In more remote parts of the Shire, some of those standards don't necessarily apply. So it will be a case-by-case assessment. If this is passed, we can add those options into things, but we will certainly continue to recommend things that we believe are consistent with development standards and codes for different parts of the Shire, and if that warrants lighting, then we'll make those recommendations, bearing in mind councillors clearly signalling, if this is passed, that that's a preference of councillors.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Mather.
Just a question to the General Manager, Mr Mayor, thank you. Yes, we always have an allocation in the budget for funding for street lighting, and there's always a list as long as your arm. I don't have a problem having lighting on pathways. What I do have a problem with is if we're prioritising them over other areas that have been long waiting for their turn. Also, in darkest areas, there are a lot of those in the old suburbs, and we just keep telling them, yes, you're on the list, you're on the list. So I don't know what that list is, where they are, but I believe that we do have one, and although I don't disagree with having lights on pathways to get people out there and about, I wouldn't like to think that the people who have been waiting for that long because it's been dark in their suburbs, and you know, let's face it, there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of shady places where people can't see across the road. I wouldn't like to see them competing with those people, having to push them back, that's all.
All right.
I mean, if you're afraid to go out at night, take
So
somebody with you.
yeah,
Take two people
Was
with
there
you.
a question there somewhere, Councillor Mather?
No, I'm just asking the General Manager that does he acknowledge, and I suspect he does, that there is a list that we have, that has already been waiting. I
Okay.
think if he does know, I'm sure he does.
Comment noted. Thank you. All right. Okay, councillor Eastwood has spoken in favour of his notice of motion. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And when I acknowledge that Councillor Eastwood's gone from 0 to 2 notices of motion in the one meeting, I'm very impressed. But just as impressed I am to think that as he's seeking to illuminate on an issue in the community, it took me back to 2013 and a community meeting held at the Yeppoon Town Hall. In fact, it might have even been 2012, when I sat there in the audience and there was a member of the community who asked the then Mayor of Rockhampton around the lighting of a footpath on the Yeppoon foreshore. And the answer at the time was, I know what you're going to ask me about, and it was very dismissive. And that person then was elected as a councillor for the inaugural Livingstone Shire Council and remains here to this day. And so as we fixed the foreshore lighting at the Yeppoon beachfront in that first term, I'm glad to see that we're continuing on this journey in looking at footpaths. Obviously, there are two things that we need to be considerate on. Number one is the impact on wildlife and especially on beachfronts turtles. I think we need to be considerate of directional lighting and making sure that it's not causing disruption. However, the merits of this in terms of providing safe access points for people. So we all know that as summer is coming to an end and winter's getting closer, those people who we see at the moment walking along the foreshores at Lammermoor Beach, down at Mullumbin, even around Emu Park on the fantastic paths up Patterson Street, at 5 o'clock AM at the moment, they're in light. As we get closer to the winter equinox as opposed to the summer, that's going to be in darkness at this time. So if we want to provide safe access for members of our community, we do need to consider such things, and asking that council prioritise this. I'm certain that as part of your budget process you will have to balance this out and work out what you're capable of achieving, but I think it's worthy of acknowledgement and worthy of lifting up so that it is considered as part of that budget process going forward. So I commend it to the table.
Thank you. All right, you happy to wrap up, councillors? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to finalise some comments?
Just quickly, Mr Mayor, I do ask you for the support on this, and we do realise that the budget is stretched. But this is a really, really important step into the future, and or like Councillor Bello, or even a step back into the past. I actually remember that myself. What a great place we live, and what a beautiful foreshore. And if we can make that more accessible to more people, we're on the winner. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate. Got a move of Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, we're nearly at the end of the notices of motion, councillors. The last one is 10.6 from yours truly in relation to LSC name change. I'll move this. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, I think that was a yes? Right. All right, so I'll just make some preliminary comments, councillors. I'm not suggesting a name change here. What I am asking for is a report from the officers to investigate that. During recent trips to Canberra to promote our case, our submission for the Defence Strategic Review, to try and generate a greater defence presence here in central Queensland, as well as in Melbourne several weeks ago, when being introduced to people as the Mayor of Livingstone, the constant question I got was, where's that? And so, you know, you make a comment about Yeppoon or Capricorn Coast or, you know, on the coast of Rockhampton or home of Shoalwater Bay. Yes, the light goes on, they understand where it is. But Livingstone means nothing. Now, I looked up the derivation of the name Livingstone, and somewhere along the line it apparently came from Dr. Livingstone, but the link there is somewhat tenuous, I think. Anyway, I digress. The issue here, councillors, for mine is I would just like a report from the officers citing the advantages and disadvantages of changing the name, some suggestions as to what it can be, some engagement with the community. I understand that it is not something that is necessarily a pressing issue in terms of finance at this point in time, but it's just something I'd like to get on the table so we can have a good look at it, please, because if we're losing economic opportunity here because of the name Livingstone, I'd like to address that, but acknowledging that I'm not suggesting we do it straight away. So I'm just looking for a report, councillors, and your support for that. Questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for you in relation to a report, which I'm fine with. When we talk about city councils, are there benefits and criteria that a shire council then becomes a city council? Could we also look at that in the report as well? And if there are added benefits to being called a city council and what the criteria might be as well?
There was some work done a few years ago on that issue with my predecessor leading the charge. I think the outcome of that was the preference would be for a name change as opposed to the name change to city. So whether that was Shire Council or Regional Council, but I think the emphasis of city lost some impetus. Councillor Hutton may recall the circumstances of that because I wasn't around at that time, but I think there was definitely a thrust for a change of name, but not so much to have the word city in it.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're right, you're both right. I've been through probably a few of these where they talk about city versus shire, what the benefits would be. And there would be economical benefits. There's no doubt about that. There'll be also costs attached to it. When you're thinking about all the signage we'd have to change, all the correspondence we'd have to change, all the paperwork, everything, there's a major cost attached to it. And there would be a report in the file somewhere that we really need to pull out and see what's relevant and what's not, rather than reinvent the wheel. But, you know, circumstances change. We're into history now, and I think we've got to take advantage of what's ahead of us and what we can gain by it. But I think we can't throw out the bathwater if there's a report there that would glean some information that we might be needing in the future as well.
You're absolutely right, Councillor Mather. There is a report. I've spoken to the officers about it. Molly is across that, and I've already given her a heads up that if this gets across the line today, some work will be heading her way, and she's aware of that report, and we'll dig it out.
As long as she knows she's not going to get a pay rise if she goes.
Councillor Friend, question? No? All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Anyone speaking against? I've proposed. Anyone speaking against? Happy to wrap up then, councillors. Councillor, speak for. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am excited at the potential opportunity for Livingstone to look at this. I think that there's probably three pieces of wisdom or advice that I'd like to provide. Number one is it is important to have that concept of what the costs and benefits are. So at the last time this was considered by council, there was a cook's breakfast argument that they believed that they could do a minimum name change and achieve it for $85,000, but a more realistic figure of a holistic organisation name change would come at a cost of $500,000, which obviously would be, we have to consider in terms of today's figures, and also the fact that we've put additional signage on all of the entry points to our shire and things that we need to consider. The second one that we do need to remember is the feedback from that last series of discussions around name changes, related to the disconnect between the coastal and hinterland parts of our shire, and any name change, if considered, has to reflect that for us to protect the identity and connection of our community, it needs to belong. There were great concerns raised at the time around the idea of a city of the Capricorn Coast because it isolated parts of our shire that felt disconnected to that. So an awareness of that needs to be considered, and also obviously is then the timeliness of when such a change should occur. We see that lots of councils in Queensland particularly use geographical markers that help connect them, where we see with our colleagues down south in Victoria and other places are actually going to traditional Indigenous names and other connectors to connect the land and people from which they exist, which I imagine would be just as challenging to say that you're the councillor of, if they're not aware of that local connection, will find that a struggle. So plenty of opportunities. I am thankful for the Mayor for raising this, because I do believe it's something that Council should continue to review, but just be wary of going to the community seeking too much feedback unless you're ready to make that change, because those costs will be substantial, and in a time of high inflation undoubtedly will be an added burden to any budget being prepared.
Thank you. Okay, happy to wrap up, councillors? So we've got a mover and myself, secondly Councillor Watson, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors.
Mr Mayor?
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. So before we leave, we're looking at councillor delegate reports. Councillor Friend has something to update us on, councillors.
Thank you so much, fellow councillors and staff and members of the public. I met with the Pryor family on the weekend. Michael Pryor, former councillor from 1988, started with Councillor Mather here, finished his councillor career in 2008. For 20 years he served our community as a councillor. He was a passionate woodworker and a fine craftsman. And the Pryor family, on his behalf, as he passed last year, as we know, wished to donate this gavel to Livingstone Shire Council. So on behalf of the Pryor family, I'd like to pass this on to the Mayor and the CEO, and I've always wanted to do this.
To the CEO for safekeeping. All right, councillors, we might knock over 11.1 before morning tea. That's the development application, preliminary approval, variation request for a low impact business and industry park at lot 240 Jake Court, Hidden Valley, I beg your pardon. Can we find some planners? Rightio. Now, good folks in the audience, this is the one you're here to listen to? Rightio, awesome. Welcome, by the way. Good morning. We'll give you a couple of minutes to set up, Erin.
Jake Court.
Jake
So I'm
Court.
presenting for Alicia and Jenna today. I do have a little bit of imagery to assist. Okay, so the first application is a preliminary approval for low impact business and industry at Jake Court, Hidden Valley. So essentially a preliminary approval looks to vary aspects of our planning scheme to allow a particular use to occur on the property. The property is this one. So as I said, the preliminary approval overrides the provisions that apply to the scheme and essentially sets up a mini planning scheme or a mini local plan to allow a particular range of uses to occur on the site. In this regard, the applicant seeking to secure the land to progress a low impact business and industry park on the site, the format of which will look something like this. Sorry. So the application underwent impact assessment, whereby we looked at a number of elements through the lower order and higher order aspects of the planning scheme. The application also progressed through public notification, by which 2 submissions were made in relation to the application. Ultimately, officers are in support of the development as the project seeks to provide a mix of small-scale services and facilities to cater for local businesses and residents in the area. This would include residents in the Pines Estate and further afield. It essentially is providing a base or a start-up opportunity for businesses that may have perhaps outgrown a home-based business and are looking for additional space without having to commit fully to quite large industrial land. The development will allow for a single residence to occur, if needed, at the top of each unit. So you can see that you would essentially, probably this one's, oh. So essentially you could run your bike repair shop, this would be your complex, you'd run your bike repair shop in here, and you could have one of your staff or yourself reside above on a temporary or permanent basis where they're also working in conjunction. Alternatively, you might live out west and you have a boat or a caravan or a jet ski and you store that within this premises and you come down or in to the coast, and you might stay a night in here, get the boat set up and then head out. So it's relatively a low scale operation, and the parameters of the use is controlled by a local plan document which we've worked with the applicant on, and that will administer what's allowed as the development occurs. So I'm happy to answer questions about the proposal.
Councillor Watson.
Through the chair. I'm just trying to work out what low impact business is. I actually was looking for something like this when we had our sign writing business, and nothing was available at the time. And I've heard this is doing very well down in Byron Bay, these sort of things. But I'm trying to work out what low impact is, because you mentioned mechanics, and they're not exactly low impact, and I've never seen a mechanic yet without 10 cars parked out the front waiting for their service of the day. So I'm trying to work out what sort of businesses you think would be suitable for this.
So some of which I have already mentioned before. So a mechanic could occur at a low scale nature, and it would be wholly within the complex, and in certain circumstances the use could only occur with the roller door closed, and the parameters for that are set out within the local plan document very specifically for each use. As I've mentioned before, a bike repair, you could just personally store a car that you might have, or a boat or a caravan, and I guess small scale, lower impact type of uses. There's also types of uses like, I think they call them like biotechnology uses, where you might have a small lab that operates in there. Yeah.
The report doesn't actually say that you've got to have the roller door down and that sort of thing. I've had a couple of phone calls about it, and that's what I'm trying to... I mean, I can't think of a mechanic that could work in a dark room, working on a car, things like that. And that's what I'm thinking, mechanics in particular, I just can't see working. So that's what I'm trying to work out. I can see upholsterers, I can see sign writing, maybe even tile shops, I don't know. But I just can see a problem down the track where other businesses will move in and it'll be chaos for everyone else, and there'll be this arguing going on. I just thought we should be a bit more direct with what is actually going to be allowed in there, that's all.
So the local plan document is specific about what is allowed, and then there'll be a body corporate arrangement which will have, I'm sure, quite a significant bearing on how that use can operate.
My other question is, it seems quite a tight turning thing there, and people are concerned about the size of trucks delivering stuff and things like that. Is it going to be the bigger trucks being able to get in there?
Yeah,
or?
Council's development engineers did assess the application in terms of swept vehicle paths and movements and identified that it was an appropriate facility. That would include the construction and extension of Jake Court. So this, probably going back here, this section of land here, can you see, it's hard to see, there's a line there, that's currently actually within private ownership of this developer, although it is informally used by people accessing the Pines Park. We've come to a negotiation with the developer to actually construct that to a road standard and provide car parking, and that would actually include a cul-de-sac turning head movement to facilitate appropriate traffic movement.
So you could fit a HR truck in there?
I don't have the specifics, sorry, of what
it just
specific
looks too tight,
truck,
that's
but
all.
it was assessed based on the list of uses that were provided to us, which we've assessed and agreed to, and then the development engineers did consider the swept vehicle parts.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Thanks so much, Erin. Has there been a noise impact proposal submitted?
I don't specifically believe there was one submitted with the application. So I've got two different applications quite similar in detail. So
And-
what we're generally looking at using is, as I said, the local plan document sets the parameters for how these uses can operate. So going forward, they would be required to comply with the environmental protection regulations in terms of noise nuisance, and in respect of that, particular operations may require to be operated with the door closed, which would allow for them to meet those regulations in terms of decibel levels. So
Sure.
there's a specific clause within the local plan rules or document that requires that use to be met. I'm not suggesting that a particular use could go in there and we'd never see it. There might be some uses that would still come back to council for a determination. It's not just like you approve this and it's a free-for-all, anyone can do any kind of industrial use in there. It is controlled by the local plan document, and where an aspect of that document's not met, it's tripped into the material change of use process, which officers will assess the extent of the activities.
So for visual amenity, there's going to be quite a large wall. Where is that going?
The wall, the longest extent of wall will face what is the rail trail corridor. It says Yeppoon Road on there. It's not actually Yeppoon Road. That's the rail trail corridor, which is, that section is not yet constructed. So that's the biggest extent of wall. And we've invited the developer to speak with our urban strategist in terms of some placemaking opportunities for a mural along a section of that wall. This is how generally the development will present externally. Somewhat of a two-storey townhouse, modern unit development scale.
Okay, and just to confirm that I have this right, Jake Court's quite narrow as it stands at the moment, even though our engineers have decided that it's able to be utilised for this purpose. I was only there over the weekend having a drive around. A number of residents have contacted me and not made submissions. However, they did contact me just because they're concerned with the children who play in the park and then cross near the roundabout, the small roundabout there, to return to their homes. They're concerned that there would be quite a lot of heavy vehicles entering this area. So what you're saying is that the developer will actually widen Jake Court and create car parking for the park.
Correct. There is also an existing pathway network there which will allow for pedestrian flows.
Sure. And just going back to the low impact businesses that will be using this site, spray painting is classed as a low impact business. So how could we knock back something such as spray painting or the use of chemicals or?
So the document itself in terms of the local plan wouldn't knock it back specifically. It would be about how it operates within the confines of the actual tenancy. So spray painting operators will have a booth. There'll be a number of environmental protection regulations that they're required to comply with, and that would potentially be a type of use that would have to have the roller door closed or partially closed with some other ventilation established. So,
Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Erin, spray painting's a noxious industry. How could that be considered as an acceptable use on this land as part of such close proximity to all of these other units?
yeah, so it's not like as I said to Councillor Friend before, it is curtailed within the confines of the tenancy. So it is a concrete or rock block design, and it would be fully operating within the tenancy. It's not like it's operating out on the footpath or in the car parking area.
But still, it's still considered noxious, and it would be prohibited in other areas. I mean, I know they have booths, but you know, we've got businesses in close proximity to each other, And I mean, there'll always be an escape of dust.
But the local plan specifically requires the land uses to occur in accordance with the stipulated requirements. So as I've said before, within the tenancy, where relevant, the roller door closed and meeting all environmental protection regulations. So this is no different to a land use occurring in Kassam Street, which also is proximal to residential uses, or in Jabberoo Drive or somewhere else. So it's all rolled into the same regulations in terms of managing.
Councillor May hasn't finished yet. Councillor Watson.
Do you want to finish? Do you want to raise that? The other thing, preliminary approval. There's always been a number of those. So this is another preliminary approval overriding all of those. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a preliminary approval. So there is a Pines local plan.
Yeah.
That's it. It identified this land as medium density residential, and that was overriding the emerging community zone that applies. So this permit is seeking to override the emerging community zone. So a developer has the choice of acting in accordance with the local plan for the Pines, or seeking to get approval under the planning scheme, and that's what this developer's chosen, the approval under the planning scheme.
So being preliminary, does that give the opportunity for changes to take place before a bona fide approval or otherwise is given?
A preliminary approval is a bona fide approval. It is an approval under the Planning Act that allows specifically what you're looking at on the screen. So we've set up the framework of the conditions and the supporting local plan document to implicitly require that this development that's presented to you visually and with the list of land use definitions in the local plan is what can occur on this site. If they build those structures, they formally only need building approval, and then if they do any of the land uses in accordance with the requirements that are in the local plan, they won't specifically come to planning for an individual approval.
I can understand how it can be confusing to the eye of the ordinary person in the street. Certainly it is to me, because you've had all these other preliminaries. Now we've got another one over the top.
Yeah.
The question most people would ask, and I'm asking now, when do we get the final product? We're approving this. I mean, I'm thinking that changes may need to take place because it's still a preliminary approval.
I wouldn't expect any specific,
But that's still possible though, isn't it?
If we remove the term preliminary approval, even though that's the technical legal term, it is essentially an approval. You could almost forget about the term preliminary. It's perhaps confusing the situation, but
Yeah,
it is allowing approval.
One would think it's a temporary leading into the real thing. So
normally the way that, in the past, some preliminary approvals say master plan community for residential land uses, general higher order roads through here, parkland through here, residential here, and then each subdivision stage comes in and nominates the specific lot layout for that stage. It's a bit different when you're dealing with a built form development, which we are today. It's a slightly different arrangement. In this regard, we've worked with the developer to actually lock in the design and lock in the plans, so there's absolute certainty about what's going to look like.
This is the final product.
This is the final product.
Thank you. Good, thank you. Yep.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just on that, continue on with that certainty aspect of it. So it's an approval, but anything that goes on after this would not require an MCU, providing it was within the low industry uses.
And specifically the list of uses nominated for this site. And we've worked with the developer to select particular uses that we feel are appropriate within the confines of the acceptable outcomes or the rules that would apply. So in some regards, particular uses may be limited in operation. Their hours might be restricted. And then if anyone, say anyone wanted to operate, so say one particular use for a business activity, for a gym, we've specifically set hours if they wanted to operate even half an hour outside of that. that would trigger an application whereby we would assess those additional impacts. So all of the parameters that have been built into the local plan document in terms of hours and how the use needs to operate fits within the environmental protection regulations for noise, light, dust, nuisance.
Councillor Watson.
So just one more question. Pretty much every business you've mentioned so far requires more than 2 parking spaces for clients and things like that. I just don't see how it works. There's nowhere else outside to park. There's only 2 parking spots per block. So if you've got a gym, for instance, you're never going to get 2 people to a gym. It's usually 10 or 15.
Yeah,
or
and that's been
sort of that.
considered in terms of the cross-utilisation of uses. There is likely going to be times when particular activities are not operating, and the gym will take up those spaces, or there will be some parking on Jade Court. Likewise, there's an expectation that some of the operations will be more storage. So as I've said before, somebody having their caravan or boat and they're not going to be there every day. There is also capacity for people to park within the
I
confines.
can just see a lot
the
of
act.
arguments coming up.
Yeah,
That's all.
okay, too.
You need to also, I guess, remember that this will be a body corporate arrangement. So there will be someone on site managing how this is functioning, and it is to the benefit of everybody that has a tenancy within that development to come to arrangements on how to best co-locate and operate successfully.
No, I love the concept, but I'm just concerned about what's going to happen afterwards.
Right, hopefully one final question from me, Erin. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In comparing this development with the JRT site,
Yeah, in Kassam Street.
yes,
Yes.
yes, this is substantially different
Yes, in many ways.
in many ways. So this is going to be essentially governed by a body corporate arrangement.
Correct.
There are restricted uses,
Yes.
as opposed to essentially what the approval is for JRT. Not that I'm criticising JRT.
No, that the approval for the sites in Kassam Street is very old and under some very outdated legislation, but that approval stands, and yeah, it will be visually and operationally a very different type of activity.
Right, okay.
Mr Mayor, can Aaron just, an overview of what Kassam Street's
Oh, Kassam Street is the first street as you come in Geordie Drive, where it's an old general industry approval from the early 90s. It's very broad. It allows a lot of activities to occur with very little regulation or requirements. So it's a bit of an unusual approval, but they do exist. They were lawfully approved, and there's a number of lawful uses that have been established. It's just the requirements on those uses were very limited.
Question, Councillor Watson?
Is there any way we can lay this on the table, meaning that parking is definitely an issue? I see vehicle movements with trucks getting through going to be very tight to get around those areas. I'm just wondering if we could talk to the developers about if there's some way they can improve on those things to make it, because I like the idea, it's just that I can see lots of issues coming up. Well, can I move a procedural motion?
You can move a procedural motion of this lay on the table. I guess I'll just go to the officer and find out what the impact of that's going to be. All right, do you want to have a quick, we'll have a recess, Mr CEO? Yeah, so I'll give Erin an opportunity to come back to us on that one. So I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Erin, you'll
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I've spoken with the applicant just now. I have confirmed the decision date is due today. We have already extended with the applicant's agreement. This application moved into the decision phase in November last year, and the application has been under assessment since February last year. So the applicant is eager to progress with a decision in accordance with the statutory timeframes. However, if there is some further consideration, I would say there's a mild acceptance of a further extension.
Councillor Watson.
Can I ask why it's taken so long before it came to the table?
Some of it has been to do with the discussions about the local plan document. So the application, well, it only moved into decision in November last year, so we've been in the final assessment for that period of time.
Question if I may, just in terms of objections and that, how was the feeling of those, and how were they mitigated?
Yeah, so that's in the report.
And the public.
So there's 2 submissions on the application. I'll just go to the report. So primarily, the submissions are about the consistency of the use with the existing Pines local plan and with the planning scheme in terms of this particular type of land use not being an immediately preferred use for the location. And as I explained earlier, that was assessed through a full scheme assessment from the lower order attributes of the codes all the way up to the strategic framework, and sufficient justification has been provided as outlined in the recommendation to support the land use. Recommendation A.
All right, so councillors, I think there are a number of issues here that you've raised. One is, as per Councillor Watson's concern, generally speaking, probably support for the concept, but some concern around the logistics, particularly parking and permitted use. I guess against that then is the fact that there will be on-site management and hopefully some control over those issues of concern. So I guess, Erin, hopefully I've encapsulated that adequately. So, councillors, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved Councillor Bello. Of this motion, yes, thank you. Seconded Councillor Eastwood. All right, so Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And councillors, this is perhaps the first time I've considered something like of this nature in the nearly 10 years that I've been here, and it does certainly cause me to have to challenge my own biases in a way, but to look at it more objectively in terms of it's got a residential component to it. Is that correct? There's a nod of the head from the planner. Thank you. It's hard to find things that are perfect when the market's trying to provide product. This is providing product in terms of residential, and it aims to allow for the customisation of future business growth and business changes and business sort of ideas. And it would be so easy for me to think, no, this thing's going to be really, really problematic in terms of parking. Yes, it probably will. There may well be challenges with that. But I'm encouraged that there's an on-site manager. There will be the body corp. Effectively, those problems and challenges will be contained within that. That will be their responsibility to ensure the harmony, I guess, of this development if and when it's built. So I don't want to let my own inadequacy in terms of my understanding of this prevent me from supporting it. I think it does tick a lot of boxes. And the officers, I guess, are providing me with some confidence that this is a workable, achievable, functionable development in an age when we're screaming out for more houses, are we not? We're screaming out for more employment and business, are we not? This actually does both, which is quite ingenious in a way. So on those grounds, I'm prepared to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against the report? Councillor Watson.
My problem is I love the idea of it. I just don't think that it's a catering in the way of parking, access for vehicles, the larger vehicles to get through. It is exactly what I was looking for when I had a sign writing business. It's just that with these other issues, I think there's going to be further issues down the track. And that's why I can't support this one.
All right.
Not in its current thing. If there was changes, no worries at all.
Thank you.
Which is why I am seeking that procedural motion to lay it on the table.
All right, so we'll deal with that at the moment. So Councillor Watson's putting forward a procedural motion to lay this on the table, pending further discussions with the developers in relation to those issues you raised.
Yes, please.
All right, so go to the vote on that. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried.
Mr. Mayor, just to aid the ongoing negotiations with the applicant, it would be useful, and perhaps we do this offline with councillors, but it would be useful to properly understand the issues that we need to negotiate with the developer. As Erin pointed out, we do have some timing issues. It would appear that the applicant is amenable to ongoing discussion, but I guess we would need to know that if we're going to present this back to council at another meeting, that we've adequately negotiated the reservations that the councillors have, but we might do that offline with councillors.
Lunchtime sounds like a good opportunity. Okay, 11.2, councillors, is the development application for a warehouse self-storage facility at Lot 51 Fred Lawn Drive, Yeppoon.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh,
Okay, thank you. Got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Motion is live. Floor is yours, Erin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This application is a development application for a warehouse, for specifically a self-storage facility at the corner of Fred Lawn Drive and Tabone Street in Yeppoon. The development is in the low-density residential zone. The specific site in question was previously in the industrial zone under the 2005 scheme, and the scheme amendments in 2018 changed the zoning to be residential. A warehouse is not specifically a preferred use in the zone, as the intent for the residential is clearly residential development. However, the site is adjoining specialised centre and low impact industry zone and land uses, and in Council's strategic framework, the site is identified within the specialised centre zone. The application proceeded through public notification, whereby there was 2 submissions in relation to the development, and subject to conditions relating to noise and hours of operation, landscaping and painting and design of the buildings, officers support the development in the form, as I can hopefully flick through. Some images there for you also included in the report. So officers are recommending approval of the development subject to conditions, as I mentioned, curtailing some of the hours of operation, as well as increasing landscaping and reducing some of the signage and colours on the facility. I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair, to Erin. On page 112, from C to J, there are 8 non-compliances and noted that the development does not comply with low-density residential zone code, and Fred Lawn Drive is identified as an urban access street. In this particular circumstance where there's so many non-compliances, I just wonder, and with due respect, where is the Planning Department's responsibility in advising that these are non-compliant and we don't recommend this application? Do you? So you've got 8 non-compliances. Mm-hmm. The Planning Department then goes ahead and recommends the application. Mm-hmm. On what basis?
So council's required to, when we do our assessment against the assessment benchmarks, where we can appropriately condition something, and some of those things I've mentioned previously relating to hours of operation and landscaping and the design of the building, which have been conditioned, we're able to support that through the associated conditions. So the recommendation does identify some of that. There's no specific number. 8 is not the limit. You could have 100 non-compliances, but there still could be merit to support the development from an overall assessment. I'm not sure if that answers the question. Okay.
Yep. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor. There is some suggestion here about flooding and drainage at this site, and the Department of State Development had to be part and parcel of assessing it, as well as Ergon. Yeah. On page 125 it is. They were talking about, yes, has that been addressed, Erin?
For the chair,
The
yes.
drainage?
Yes, councillor Mather, the,
Because it was having an effect on Tanby Road or something.
correct, you're right. The State Assessment and Referral Agency, in respect of stormwater impacts on a state-controlled road or in proximity to a state-controlled road, considered the development and imposed conditions requiring some detention in the top corner of the development to hold some water in particular events. Sorry, I don't have a plan that really shows it, but I think it's somewhere in here. There's some requirements, and we had an external consultant review this application in terms of development engineering matters, and that was supportive in terms of a stormwater strategy for the development.
Mr Mayor, as Councillor Friend has identified, there are a number of non-compliances, and I understand, and I raised it about a week ago, that any application must be approved if it can be conditioned. And I think we were confirmed that was the case. Because it's an urban access street, we've already got problems in that area with through traffic, speeding, heavy traffic. And this one here does not provide on-site car park spaces in accordance with the table. The access driveway in Fredlawn Drive is located in the closest half of the road frontage to the road intersection. The driveway does not meet the standard drawing. Commercial driveway slab, two-way access and the flush wall sign. Well, the wall sign is not traffic, but it is just another issue. But there are a number of things here that obviously relate to traffic movement, traffic safety. That's on page 131. There seems to be some concern by the writer in relation to the parking and the traffic movements in that area. I mean, I think it's a good thing, but is it in the right place? That's my concern.
Any other questions, comments, councillors?
Well, if the officer can respond to that.
Perhaps I've missed a specific question there, councillor Mather, in terms of
the parking.
In terms of parking, I can answer the assessment of that. Did conclude that whilst I guess overall deficient in terms of what the planning scheme nominates, given that there's 10 parking spaces being provided on site, and generally for these types of operations you probably tend to park in front of your storage shed and
Normally
do some
you would,
unloading.
yes.
And there's generally some kind of on-site manager that is available to direct, perhaps if there was a removalist vehicle coming in or something on the day. So in assessing the application, the development engineers were comfortable with the arrangements.
Okay, just that as Councillor Watson and other councillors would be aware, that when we find little hot spots in our suburbs caused by traffic movement in particular, we just are on the lookout to make sure whatever comes up next, we don't let that sort of situation happen again. We've got to try and put a stop to some of these things that are causing us grief, because we just don't overcome them. We just keep getting complaints. So obviously we can't be blamed for raising these issues and making sure that all is in order, because we don't need these little hotspots. Yeah.
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Erin.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things here that could be concerning, because the non-compliance is all through it.
Councillor Mather, Councillor Hutton's got the floor. Recognise him. Thank you.
Apologies. In recognition of the concern raised by Councillor Mather, I wonder if we have any advice from engineers around the placement of yellow lines on Fredlawn Drive and on this segment of the road to the east. I recognise that other road already has rules regarding large-scale vehicles and stopping them parking there, because it does have quite a wide frontage. But obviously at the moment there'd be nothing to stop someone parking a a normal sized vehicle with a trailer during operating hours and then walking around, although it would be a pain up that hill. So I just wonder if there's the potential for us to include that as part of our development assessment, that would actually be limiting the capacity for on-street parking at this site.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. There is conditions requiring a further permit for roadworks. So an operational works application for roadworks is required to be lodged for some updated pavement marking and traffic sign installation. So that would be, we could assess what you've raised there in the context of the design guidelines in terms of the Australian standards and the Capricorn Municipal Development Guidelines, as well as the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So all of those documents in and of itself are standards in terms of roads and how our roads are used in terms of parking. So that can be captured, that is captured in those conditions at section 4. But are you suggesting you'd like some additional parameters built into the conditions?
I would appreciate the opportunity to get some advice as to whether we would be allowing on-street parking on Fredbourne Drive or on the secondary road. Just to give us I appreciate that in time the conditions will be set to match the rules and the expectations of those various acts and instruments that you've just listed. But if that's a concern for councillors, I'm hoping perhaps if we can get some advice today on officers' opinion whether that would apply and whether we would be allowing on-street parking on those 2 access points.
The church is already there on Sundays, but they don't have their events. Well, they do, yeah. A lot of them do. Especially funerals, things like that.
So can we get that advice from officers? So you want to lay this on the table for the time being, councillors, pending that advice?
Sorry,
You-
sorry, Mayor.
You can address it now, can you?
No, not specifically. I need to interact with our infrastructure engineers to confirm what line marking arrangements are on there. I am comfortable, I guess 2 points I will raise is I'm comfortable that the roadworks conditions do cover the standards and requirements for line marking for any order road. So there will be an element of what I believe what Councillor Hutton has raised will be addressed through the future permit. Understand you don't necessarily want to wait till that comes in to consider it. I will make a point too in terms of vehicle parking on roads, as long as it's a registered vehicle and parked in appropriate manner. We're not necessarily in a position to control that further for this particular use, other than the assessment has concluded that there is sufficient space within the turning movements and accessibility driveways for this development to cater for the type of uses and the users of this development. But I can talk to we can talk to Chris if he's in today and get some information back to you later if you want to.
So councillor, do you want to move a procedure motion?
Yes, I'd like to move a procedure motion that this matter lay on the table till later in the meeting with advice received from officers.
Thank you. You okay with that one, Justine? All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Long reports. So 11.3 we're up to, I believe, councillors. Councillor Watson is leaving us again. Welcome to the table, ladies.
Thank you.
So councillors, might get a mover in a second on this one before we get an update from the officers. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. Okay. Ladies.
Yes, so we have our Bangalore Beach Access Reference Group, which is called the Barge, and on the 7th of December, the members of the group they're seeking approval to change the name of the reference group from the Bangalore Beach Access Reference Group to the Farnborough Beach Access Reference Group, which makes more sense in that it's become a bigger picture.
All right. Any questions, councillors?
Yes.
Fairly straightforward.
No implications, isn't there?
No. All right. We're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Tidy this up pretty quickly. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Short and sharp. And someone find Councillor Watson again, please. We're up to 11.4, Councillor Watson. Response to notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to Collins Road, Farnborough. So, the recommendation is that Collins Road continue to be maintained at its current service level and a traffic count be undertaken to assess if the road needs existing warrants for upgrading to sealed standard. Should such warrants be met, then Collins Road should be added to the list of prioritised upgrades. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please?
I'll move it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Seconded. Councillor Eastwood, did you say you would? Okay. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The notice of motion was requesting officers to document the maintenance regime on this road, and also to document the cost to upgrade it to a sealed standard. And we've put each of those commentary pieces into the report. Officers have identified that it's a Class 75 road in our road hierarchy, and under our policy it receives 55% gravel coverage over the length of its road, and it's graded every 18 months on average. There's a table in there which shows the maintenance that's been performed over the last sort of 8 or 9 years, and the last grading was completed in about November last year. We've also included in the report the cost to upgrade to a sealed standard for consideration. It's about $600,000, and there's also an attachment which details Council's current procedure on upgrading an unsealed road to a sealed road standard, which has a multi-criteria assessment and a ranking. Based on that procedure, this road is unlikely to meet the highest standard for sealing. But as officers have identified in the recommendation, it'd be good to get some traffic data just to be able to confirm those the metrics in the multi-criteria assessment. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman and Ms Carter. Appreciate that. My question is: last week in our budget deliberations for capital works, we spoke of the priorities of sealing certain rural roads, and just a few that were named: Mount Chalmers, Cobra Ball, portions of Cobra Ball, portions of Lake Mary. This was not included. This particular road was not included in those capital works programs. So I just want to make sure that I've got what you're saying in this report is that you do not think that this road is of an urgent nature compared to those other roads discussed in our budgetary deliberations for capital works. Is that right?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Friend. That is correct. We do have a list of roads to seal, which we have inserted into our forward works program, and that's based on our procedure and our scoring criteria. This road, considering it's a 75 class road, its traffic volume will be lower than some of the class 100 and 150 roads where it begins the tipping point to seal the road. So this isn't necessarily on our radar at this time, but we're happy to do some traffic counts just to confirm and make sure that the class of road matches the traffic volume, and if it does meet those warrants, then we'll look to put it into the program and score it appropriately. But at this time, it doesn't.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, question? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jim.
I just want to know, what the traffic count will also do is confirm the operation class. So whilst it may not be high enough to seal, it may say that it's actually class 100, which would result in more gravel coverage. Historically, a lot of the operation classes are based on historical knowledge in that. We haven't done traffic counts on all roads. So it's not bad to confirm it on a particular road like this.
Thank you. Traffic counts are a great idea. Appreciate it.
Councillor Watson.
Just a question to either of you. I drive up that road fairly often at times, and I know there's a major issue at the bottom where the washout and everything else, but also as it gets up to where John Bowen's place was, it's very, very narrow. For you to do that, would you have to widen the road and everything else to bring it up to a standard? Because it's only a single width road, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we would have to look at that. If it did need the warrants, yes, we would have to look at that. At the moment, a class 75 road, I think, is around the 4.5 to 5 metres wide. That's what's in our standard, typically unsealed. That's another reason why the estimate says 600,000 for 750 metres. Typically, it's 600,000 a kilometre, but I did have that in my mind when I came up with this concept estimate, the fact that there may need to be some work to get it out a little bit wider. There are other ways of handling it, but we'd have to look at that if it was decided to head for it.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I probably know this road as much as anybody does. You're all right. It's only not a very long road, and like most rural residents, I believe that the residents in this street don't expect a bitumen road. It would be desirable, but it's not expected, certainly not with the traffic volume. The first part of the road is wide enough. It narrows down where you've got a floodway at the bottom that's predominantly buried because there's no drainage outlet. Comes down off Wild Road, gushes through there, fills up the floodway, and it has nowhere to go. And I've asked over the years that we have an outlet there, whether we have to acquire a drainage easement, whatever. But it has nowhere to go, and we've got to get rid of that water. Otherwise, that's why cars are going through it all the time when the water's there. There's just no way for it to get away, and that's one of our big priorities. As you go up the creek, as you go up the road, you've got scouring all down the side of the road on the hillside, on the right-hand side, simply because of the contour of the roads and the hills. It just takes the gravel with it. On the other side, you've got guinea grass where the neighbours are actually cutting their own grass simply because we don't do it. Because it's a gravel road. We don't slash the sides of the road. So the neighbours do it. And I don't say anything. I just thank them for what they're doing. Keep going. When you get up to the bend in the road, it's very narrow. You can't see around the corner. So there's no visibility. So we'd have to acquire land there, and I think it's so close to the boundary fences you probably wouldn't get any extra, but it needs to happen. Now, as you go around the corner, you've got a creek crossing there with drop-off sides. That's been fixed up as best it can, given the space that they've got. When you go up a little bit further, you've got trees on the right-hand side that the people keep asking, please cut them back, because we can't get out. That's happening, but they do it themselves too, from time to time. But the contractor did the last lot of work, and they didn't go to the end of the road. It went from the corner to the last house wasn't done. What I'm saying here is if we did the the maintenance properly, we wouldn't have these problems. We wouldn't have people asking. It's because they're not done properly in the first place. This is what they're asking. They don't expect a bitumen road, but they do expect when they do get maintenance that the maintenance is efficiently done.
Well, Councillor Mather.
That's all I'm saying, Mr Mayor.
Well, that's good, Councillor
That's a
Mather.
commentary
That's
because
good.
I know the road intimately.
Yeah, well, Councillor Mather, I think you've probably dallied a little bit away from the intent of this particular resolution with your commentary, but certainly I think that, yeah, I haven't finished, Councillor Mather. I think the first step in the maintenance of this road going forward is, first of all, to take the traffic count, to see what the class of the road should be, and then take it from there. I'm, pardon me, fully supportive of the officer's recommendation in this one, and I think we just need to focus on that for the time being. Question, Councillor
If I
Ballard.
could, yeah. And I don't want to profess that I know Collins Road better than anybody else. But what I do want to understand more so is that there's a number of roads around our shire that I think are similar to Collins Road that we've talked about in the past, whereby they're virtually dead ends. So the chance of traffic counts growing over time are pretty limited by virtue of the number of the people that live on the road. There's that one up at Narimbra there that you guys would be aware of. There's one out on the way to Bungadara there, the name evades me. Plant World used to be on the corner there where my good friend Clint Gregson grew up. But those roads are on dead-end roads. The chances of increased traffic is probably limited. So do we not have a policy or some sorts that informs those roads? I thought where they're fairly short in distance, but there was something that we use other than primarily just traffic counts to help us determine whether at what point they would be considered for sealing or whether it be a higher grade of maintenance. So any information on that would be appreciated, Jeff or Michael. Thank you.
Yeah, your assumption's correct. There is another policy. It's the village streets, urban fringe roads. No, from memory, I don't believe this road was assessed under that policy. It has been. But when we get the traffic counts, we can certainly do it. Both that policy and the other policy of upgrading roads, not only are traffic counts part of it, but there's other metrics that we measure as well, closeness of houses, things like that. So yeah, you're correct, it's there, and we will, following the traffic count, consider it under both policies.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Mather, you're the mover of this. Did you wish to speak to the report?
I think I've just done that, Mr Mayor. I support the officer's recommendation. I support the officer's recommendation. Certainly traffic counts are always helpful. But I'm saying that when we do maintenance on any road, make sure we do it properly and at a timely manner. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this problem.
Well, I think that's a far more reasonable position than the one you espoused before, Councillor Mather. I think you just
Well, I'm just pointing out what
using these forums to be critical of officers, I don't think is appropriate.
It wasn't meant to be critical, Mr Mayor, but I'm just
I
saying that
interpreted it that way, and I'm sure someone else did too.
what we have there, and that's a fact. All the things I said are a fact. If you wanted to get a bus and go and have a look, it'll confirm what
All
I'm
I'm saying, Councillor Mather, is there are ways and means of getting your point across.
I have been trying it for 20 years, Mr Mayor.
Well, perhaps, yeah, I'm not going to address that particular issue right now. All right, councillors, we're happy to go to the vote on this one. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, 11.5, application for permit. Goodbye, Councillor Watson. Application for permanent road closure, Esplanade, Todd Avenue, Kiama Avenue and Keene Street. So I've got a fairly lengthy recommendation there, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather. Seconded. Is this going to lapse the want of a seconder?
I don't think so. I think they're just coming to terms with what the recommendation is, Mr Mayor.
Okay, well, I'll second it. So I'm going to go to the officers now to present the report. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, this is quite a lengthy report. I might just ask councillors to turn to, I think it's page 232 of the agenda, which has an overview map of the area with some dotted lines showing the encroachments into the esplanade, into the foreshore. I think it's 232. It's part of the attachments.
What page, Michael?
232.
232.
It's the back of the attachments.
Well,
There's a series of photos, site photos.
Yep.
And then the very next page has a layout plan or a map of the area there. It's on the screen now. Yeah. So just to give it some context, if we go back a little way, through the infrastructure portfolio, there was identified that there was a number of encroachments into public land along the foreshores in these areas. And there's a range of different types of encroachments, from simply putting some deck chairs to enjoy the view through to more substantial encroachments with structures and fencing of areas. So the officers last year wrote to the residents who had substantial encroachments into the public land and asked them to consider removing those within a certain time period. A number of the residents were considering their options, and one of the options was that they could potentially approach the state government to purchase the land and then amalgamate it into their own property. With the volume of applications that we have here today, you can see that those few residents obviously spoke to their neighbours, and then it created a bit of call it an avalanche of requests that are going to potentially be submitted to the state government through the Department of Natural Resources. One of the steps in the process is that council or the applicant, which would be the property owners, need to approach council to get their views on whether we support an application to the state government. So this report is basically summarising officers' views in that process, and there is quite a range of views from some of our engineering officers through to our sustainability officer and our natural foreshore or resource management officers. But the collective view is that officers are not supportive of these applications where there's a request to purchase public land. The detailed officer recommendation is required, so that if council agrees, we need to write back to each of the property owners and explain why we disagree with these applications, and that would then go to the state government if that proceeds as an application, and the state government can then take that into account in their deliberations. You can see from that map that I put up there that on the screen and also in the report that there's quite a range of encroachments. Some are 200, 300 square metres, and there's one there on the screen that's about 600 square metres. So that's very large encroachment into the sand dunes and to the environmental protected areas that officers are recommending that we preserve for the future of both the coastal areas and our environmental obligations, and also for the long-term future footpath connection along the beachfront. So happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Creederman. When a person's considering purchasing one of these properties, is it the usual case where they actually receive a map of where the boundaries are that you may be aware of?
Thank you for the question. If they're doing their conveyancing when they purchase a property, then they would have the potential to receive a range of maps and survey plans, and they can also engage with a licensed surveyor to survey the property and peg the boundaries if they're unsure of their actual property in real space. And, if they approach council, then they would receive, and they pay for them, they would receive plans showing the services and the general boundaries of their property.
Yes, thank you. One more question, mostly for the sake of constituents online. What process would you take if I, who live in Yeppoon Central in an urban area, decided that my husband and I wanted to relocate our fence right to the curb and take back that footpath, that grassed footpath area? What would you do would you place me under compliance or?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yeah, so that's public land out to the curb and channel. So if you so chose to build a fence out to the back of the curb and channel and our officers notice that, then we would write to you and ask you to remove it. It's public land. There would be services under that, and obviously it's a footpath, and it's public land, so it's not yours to fence and to amalgamate into your property, and that would be a breach of the local law for doing works in a public space without council approval.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Quick question, sorry, Mr Acting Chair. Quick question. So if I was to mow the front path in front of my property, would council be putting me under compliance?
I don't believe so. We do have that quite a large number of our residents mow the footpaths in their streets. They are doing that as a goodwill gesture, I'd expect, for to maintain the property and the street. By rights, if they maintain that and there's an accident on that property, then council would be liable for public liability insurance. I know through open spaces recently we've had a little bit more of a formal process with some of the larger areas where we're looking to partner with the residents to maintain, and there's been some rules, I guess you call them, and some conditions set around and creating them as a volunteer. But in general terms, councils around Queensland and Australia, it's an obligation that people like to maintain their property, and they extend that out to the back of the curb with a footpath, mowing the footpath.
Just to add to both questions there, as far as council's response to someone fencing out in their footpath, it's no different to the response with all the actions we've done here. We've wrote to owners asking them to remove the fence. Simple thing is it's at the back of the property onto a road reserve rather than the front. As far as people mowing their land, they haven't taken exclusive use of that bit in the front of their property, which is what's happening here with the fences. Whether the maintenance of vegetation behind those properties is probably a slightly separate issue which council consider at another time. This report is mainly to do with those people that are taken exclusive use, or their neighbours who have talked to them and have considered the option of asking for exclusive use before taking.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yeah, I guess the question for me at this point is, I'm looking at this in its entirety. Well, I'm required to make a decision in its entirety, not just in smaller portions of it. and so therefore, for example, a question about, say, vegetation management there, what sort of collaboration does this policy, would it allow for? It identifies that maybe a buffer of up to 5 metres could be allowed for people to mow. So there's a quantum that we're saying we might let you do 5 metres. Who determines 5? Is that council or is it a state determined quantum? If it's council, then we have the ability to customise what we think that behaviour can be within that road reserve and esplanade. Would that be accurate or not? Or is it purely above and out of council's authority and it's a state matter?
Through the Mayor, the maintenance of that area would be a matter for us to determine as a council, as managers of the area. It moves into a state jurisdiction if there's someone is looking at purchasing the road reserve. But if it's maintenance, a bit like what we were saying with Councillor Hutton, if it's mowing and maintenance, then that would be something that we would work with the community on. And speaking on behalf of our natural resources area, I would imagine that they would be open to some dialogue and some rule setting, I guess you'd say, about what's possible there. Maybe not up to 600 square metres of encroachment into sand dune areas, but 5 metres or whatever's determined through some open discussion, I think would be appropriate.
Just a follow-up question on that. Yeah, there'd be no debate from me about 600 metres, but I guess the devil's in the detail on whether it's 5 metres or 6, or it could be 7, could be 4, could be 9, we don't know. Have we had that dialogue with the community impacted by this? I wonder whether there's any appetite. Is there any consideration for community consultation around this matter to invite those people in and basically form some sort of a plan moving forward? Because if this is endorsed now, is there scope then to have it influenced by people into the future? I guess any policy there is. Are we approving it prematurely and then going to have any consultation, or would that be better done prior to endorsing it?
This report is to do with exclusive use.
Yep.
The people have fenced their blocks or are asking to buy the land. If they were granted even the 600 metres the right to buy that land, it's freehold land, then they can do what they like with. There has been, when talking about vegetation on the journal side or the ocean side of these blocks, yes, there are concerns from Council's Natural Resources Department and infrastructure as well, but that's yet to be discussed with residents on the extent of what would be an acceptable buffer. There is talk about a buffer. I don't think anyone denies that that's probably required, but this report's not to do with that. That will be a follow-up on those matters where there's minor encroachments like a table and chair or things like that. This is addressing those people who have taken exclusive use, so they've fenced. And the legislation is quite clear in saying that they can't fence, or it's called trespass, I think, of road reserve. So that's what this particular issue, the issue on vegetation management and control of that area down the track, is one to be had with the community down the track.
Councillor Hutton.
Two questions. Firstly, so is there a cost that has been incurred by each of these residents in applying for the closure of these roads today?
I don't think the applications have been submitted as yet. The process is that they need to ask us as council to sign a Part C of the application. Whether we agree or disagree will be part of that. I'm not 100% sure what the fee is for the application, but I believe at this stage they're just asking us to make a decision for that Part C.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I was just making sure that they hadn't all gone to an expense that we're now going to very quickly end, based on the feedback that we'd provided that had a letter that said you've got options and here's one of your options. And I know that it should have anything that comes to not only council but then goes to the state would normally attach a fee at some point. But we're assuming that at this point that no fee's been charged, so there's a no loss financial perspective beyond them reclaiming or refixing the property that they've closed off. My second question is in regards to the vegetation management aspects of this, and whether it's the 6 metres, the 5 metres or the 600 metres, whatever the case may be, maybe there's an opportunity there to look at the newly renamed the Farnborough Beach Reference Group, as this is all land along Farnborough Beach there, that could be something that could be referred to them to seek advice and support at.
Through you, Mr Chair, if I may provide perhaps, I guess I like the sentiment of that. If I could be so bold as to speak on behalf of that group, only as a member, but I guess where it goes beyond this, there would be potentially other properties at the southern end of the coast that may well be captured in that, which whether the Farnborough Reference Group would be qualified enough to, that would be my only shortcomings of that group, I guess. Anything outside of Farnborough, they'd be limited to provide. But maybe a reference group in its... anyway.
All right, well, councillors, if I can attempt to put a ring around this so we can move forward. Essentially, this report is asking, or is considering, an application from these residents to council, to Department of Resources, for our support in making these privately held properties. And so ultimately that's the decision at the moment. I think, with absolute respect to the comments that I don't disagree with, I think those conversations around, I beg your pardon, around whether it's 6 metres, 5 metres, whatever it is, will be conversations that happen beyond this. Councillor May, the question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think we should underestimate the amount of work that's gone into this report.
No.
There's been an awful lot of officers' time and detail and research that's gone to provide this report. I wouldn't, and we're talking state land here, we're making some proposal to either allow people to extend or make application to purchase or lease, whatever the case may be. We're caretakers in all of this, and we can't assume that we can leave it to a reference group to make those decisions, with all due respect. This is something that we as a table need to recognise, and that because most of these yards are rather short, and I can understand them wanting to expand a little bit, but you've got some longer than others, you've got some more permanent fixtures than others, and I don't think anybody would object to 2 deck chairs on the beachfront, but it goes from there, it grows. And while you've got some that may want to take further land and get approval for that, you're going to have a whole host of applications that'll continue all along the beachfront. That's only the beginning. But I think we've got to recognise that what we have, and it's not the first time this has come up, I've been through one of these too, and because we've got to make a decision, that's the hard part. And we don't like to intrude in people's lives and what they like, but we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect state assets too.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather. I'm assuming you're waiving a right to speak to it now, Councillor Mather? Yep, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
I'm not speaking against it. I just wonder if we could perhaps amend it slightly to include that certainly that we support the officer's recommendations report, but council will have council commit to a future community engagement process, whether that be on-site or whatever the case may be, to allow for the future planning of what interaction can occur there. Sorry? Some sort of commitment to the community out there. We recognise this is a significant step forward. We support the officer's recommendation here, but we also commit to public consultation.
In relation to managing this public space?
Yep. Thank you.
Beg your pardon?
I think it's conflicting. And one part to say that we support the officer's recommendation, but at the same time, that's in not allowing this to happen. Exclusive, yes. But at the same time, we're saying that, but we will consider it down the track with the reference group.
No, we're basically saying we want to work with these people and get their views about how to manage the space going forward.
Well, that is in conflict because we're making a decision here with the recommendation. Then we're talking about having negotiations with them.
Yeah,
It's conflicting.
I don't agree, Councillor Mather. I think the point 5 is around, yes, we're saying in points 1 to 4, we support the officer's recommendation to not allow private ownership of those, on those encroached areas. But we're saying in point 5 that we are basically recommending that future consultation occurs with these people about how to manage those sites going forward, given that 1 to 4 doesn't happen. Or 1 to 4 happens, actually, I should say. Yeah.
Through the chair, if I may, I tend to agree with point 5, and my reasons for agreeing is it will give the opportunity for our natural resource management to actually undertake education and liaise with these people so that they understand the importance of the dual system as the first line of defence against tidal surge. So I actually do agree with that. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hutton.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Sure, go for it.
Very supportive of the officers recognising that there's no cost yet incurred by residents. I admire their tenacity in seeking to make permanent something that has been a casual use of the land, which has over time become an exclusive use of that land. Recognising this is a public space, obviously fences are an inappropriate use, as would be permanent hard stand structures in that land. However, I accept, and I think that the conversation that councillors have some conflict with is that where this public space backs onto private space, that there is an openness to conversations around non-permanent structures or non-permanent utility of such space as part of the open space. Like, as Councillor Mather said, a couple of deck chairs that someone put there that can be withdrawn back into their property is probably not going to be the biggest of problems that we face. And allowing people to have that security of mowing 5 metres or 6 metres behind their property to reduce the risk of vermin or snakes is probably not going to be something that council has a direct challenge with. The motion we have in front of us allows officers to go forward in terms of dealing with the non-compliance of the exclusive use and shutting down that to return what is public land to public access. But it also clearly states that councillors are of a mind to have conversation with their community in regards to how the rear of their properties, where it engages on the dual system, how it can be used and managed in such a way, recognising that council does not have the assets to manage them exclusively itself. Council does not have the capacity to truly manage this space to a standard that we would of any other public space. So we need to be willing to work with members of the public in that regard and consider what non-permanent structures or non-permanent assets might be allowed in such spaces and what that looks like, be it on a 5 metre encroachment, etc., where people may engage with a couple of deck chairs or whatever it is, knowing that it can be removed back into their personal space and that it is not exclusive access. That's why I'll support the motion and encourage councillors to do the same.
That's not the original motion.
No, it's not the original motion.
It's an amended motion.
So I'll withdraw my original motion if someone wants to move this one.
Okay. Right. So we've got an amended motion here.
Or are you withdrawing?
What are you withdrawing, Councillor Mather?
Officer's recommendation, and I stand by that.
Okay, so you want to vote on that separately?
Yes.
You want to vote on this one first? Okay, all right. Noting there's a foreshadowed motion. All right, so we've got a mover on this one, and Councillor Mather, seconder in myself, noting the foreshadowed motion.
Hang on, Mr.
Yes.
The one that you've got up here isn't the one that you've amended.
It's not the amended one, no. And you said you were going to withdraw your support for this one, for that one.
I moved the officer's recommendation. That's the one I want to support.
Okay, that's what we're doing now. We're going to go to the vote on that one. All right.
On the original one.
On the original one, yes.
Mr Chair, if this motion was successful, then the foreshadowed motion would obviously not be considered.
That's right.
So in days gone by, have we not voted on whether the amendment could become the substantive motion, or we're effectively doing that through
We're effectively doing that anyway.
Happy to do that, Mr Chair.
Yes. So let's deal with the original motion first. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. So the foreshadowed motion becomes the motion, noting the addition of point 5. I guess so. Councillor Eastwood, you seconding? Second it, right, yeah.
I think number 4, I think that's what they call, in other words, it's not a true. Mr. CEO, you know that one?
No?
It's a word that means that it's an uncertain, it's a not certain motion. It's not certain.
If the compliance notices are not complied with, local laws and manager construction and maintenance
Something doesn't happen, we don't have that privilege.
take action to remove. I think it's fairly clear, Councillor May, that's fairly definitive. It's basically saying if there's no compliance, then council will take action to remove the structures.
Or like the fence now with the gate.
That's a whole different can of worms, Councillor Bellows. All right, so noting the addition of point 5, council supports the officer's recommendation and commits to future public consultation. Well, I don't know, do we need the first bit? Because we've already done that anyway, so we commit to future, council commits to future public consultation.
That doesn't say you support the officer's recommendation.
Well, we will do, when we make it.
24, yeah.
Sorry? What am I changing?
That's it, perfect, what you got there. All right, so noting the addition of point 5, councillors, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. It was almost as long as the report. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, please. Thank you, just getting it up, so to speak. There you go. My goodness, that was a long report. Two, three. (11.6) Councillors, application for permanent road closure on Long Island Stanage. So, Mr. General Manager or Mr. Lau, who's delivering this one? Okay. Welcome to the table, Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, morning, Council.
Sorry?
So this application is actually an
June.
application from the Department of Environment and Science to the Department of Department of Resources. A request to close the esplanade around Long Island. The esplanade is currently under council control, as with all foreshores within the Shire. And so the request is to close the esplanade and amalgamate it into the national park. So officers see the benefit in this. They believe that it is of benefit to council and national parks that the road esplanade be closed. And it's consistent with a previous decision by council to support similar applications for Wild Duck Island and another island as well. So officers are recommending to council to support this application.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Any discussion, councillors, or are we happy to go to the vote?
No, just query. I don't know about feral animals over there. If we're amalgamating this into the national park, I don't know whether we need to ensure that there are no feral animals there that are going to be multiplying and we'll have a bigger problem down the track.
May I
do,
address that? Thank you. Councillor, when it's amalgamated into Queensland Parks and Wildlife, they have far more authority to look after feral animals than a local government area does, and they have the ability to do so and the money to do so. And so amalgamating it under parks, under the state, is actually of beneficial benefit to council. And if there is any feral animals, they will be able to have the money there to make sure that they're removed or eradicated or controlled. So
I get that, Mr Mayor. I'm just making sure they have the will to go with the responsibility and the funding. Thank you.
Okay. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? Councillor Mather. All right. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.7 is the naming of the road off Kunawara Road, Kunawara. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Watson, thank you. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council, the application for naming of a unnamed road reserve. As you can see on the maps of the location of the road reserve, and also the section of road reserve. It's not the complete length of road reserve, it's just a small section of it. So the applicant has requested naming the road reserve for purposes of make it easier for identification of their properties, for emergency services, etc. And so officers applied the naming of infrastructure assets procedure and support the proposed name being Mount Stewart Road. And officers are recommending the council to support it as well.
Thank you, Mr Lau. Question? Councillor Watson?
Question. I know that's probably silly, but we've got Jim Crow that's been changed to an Aboriginal name. I'm wondering if there's a bad story that goes with Mount Stewart or anything like that we don't know of, and that may be changed in the future.
Well,
I
I guess given the unknown, Councillor Watson, we deal with that at the time.
Okay, that's right. I just thought there might be something out there.
All right. Councillor Mather, your finger is on the button.
Yeah, just to speak to it very briefly.
Please do.
I think it's very simple, straightforward, Mr Mayor. All the locals know it as Mount Stewart Road for a very, very long time. When they talk about it, but it's never had a name, never had a sign up. And when the road upgrade took place, the highway, obviously there was no sign put there then, so it was just time to do it properly.
Okay, excellent. All right, councillors, we're happy to go to the vote. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Michael. 11.8 is Kelly's Dam Remedial Works additional budget.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome to the table, Mr Deacon. We have a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a second? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconding. Mr Deacon, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is in relation to additional budget for Kelly's Dam off-stream storage. So giving councillors a fair bit of background in terms of the attachments which detail out the sort of regulatory framework which the dam is governed under, and also a PowerPoint just for councillors that may not be fully familiar with Kelly's off-stream storage. It's our only raw water storage. We've got a great water source in Waterpark Creek, but all the water that we pump from there is pumped into Kelly's off-stream storage. It's a particularly pristine storage. There's no public access to it, but like all dams it's got this regulatory burden that goes with it, as is classified under the Water Supply Safety and Reliability Act 2008, Category 1, and that's based on the number of people that are at risk should the dam fail. There's a couple of ways dams fail. One is if there's a major flood. That one's fairly low for us because this dam's got it's an off-stream storage, which means we pump to it. It's got a very small storage of its own, which means unless the cyclone settles right over the top of it, it's highly unlikely to overflow. But it does have this other alternative failure mechanism, which is called a sunny day failure, which means the dam just decides to give way on its own, perhaps because it wasn't built right or whatever. So a couple of safety assessments were done back in 2017, 2018, and they came up with a number of issues that needed to be addressed. Council did agree to address those with the regulator's blessing, and we've been working through those. They're listed out on the second page of the report. Largely, we've made good progress, but a couple of items are still outstanding, particularly the tunnel repairs. So this dam has an overflow, which is called a Morning Glory overflow, which is effectively just a vertical drop tunnel, a shaft, and that shaft goes into a tunnel, unusually for an overflow spillway. This one goes straight through the wall of the dam. And that tunnel, you can walk into it from one end. You could drop into it if you were in the middle of the dam at the other. It's about 20 metres high, if you like, on the water side. And it obviously comes out ground level by the tunnel on the other side. That tunnel has been identified as having a number of cracks which leak water from the dam into the tunnel and then discharge. Now we've completed the works to be able to monitor how much water is coming through there. The thing we're looking for there is not that there's no leaks, but we're looking for the fact that the leaks don't change, don't suddenly increase, which would indicate a problem with the structural integrity of the dam. But the next step is to actually go and seal those cracks up, and that's a significant portion of work which we're still to do. We are at the tender. In fact, the tenders are closed at the moment, so we'll shortly be in a position to award that. We've also got some various other works to do, particularly connecting up the new instrumentation to SCADA so that we can monitor for those changes, which are, again, are the critical thing. I think we've asked for $800,000 in next year's Forward Works programme. We're hopeful of being able to award and get those works underway more quickly, which means we'll actually spend some of that funding in the current financial year, with the balance being expended in the new financial year. I think those are the major items, unless Councillor got any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. I have to say, I think councillors, without predicating anything, we have a moral, legal and operational responsibility here, and it's just our luck to have a bunch of bats that are protected take roost in one of our tunnels. I mean, how unlucky is that?
Right.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Although we're not up to the next agenda item, it is the monthly financial report. We don't need to look at it right now, but on page 484 it states that 75% of this has already been completed. So we're asking this $800,000 for the last 25%. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's some commentary in the report detailing the fact that the budget was approved back then 5 years ago based on a fixed amount. It probably didn't accommodate any CPI, and so the amount that was approved back then should have been about $987,000. Obviously the bats were a significant cost item that was never envisaged. There were about 7,000 microbats. We had a team of environmental consultants on site for several weeks in 2 different stages to comply with the regulators' environmental requirements in terms of making sure that all 7,000 bats were able to relocate safely, which we achieved. So, that item's not been funded yet. The tunnel repairs haven't been funded yet. There's some SCADA works, as I say, that need to be funded. There's the project management on the overall scope. So those are the major reasons why the budget has increased since the envisaged 5 years back.
Thank you so much. How old is the dam, approximately?
That is a fantastic question. I think it's about 1984, but somebody else might be able to correct me on that.
I've been Dad said he signed a cheque for it when he was in council. So that's 21 years ago. So there might have been a smaller version before that, but he told me last night.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report at all?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that you've stated the most obvious, that it is a moral obligation. It's more than a moral obligation. It's something that we have to do. For a number of years, a lot of council infrastructure has been neglected. This is such an important, integral part of our healthy waterways and our healthy water quality for potable water in our shire. And in fact, having won the best tasting water twice in Queensland, we need to make sure that the storage unit is looked after as best we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. All right, happy to wrap up, councillors. Got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr. CEO, what time's lunch? Ready? Yeah. Right. Councillor, you might put the CFO off for a little while. A procedural motion to break for lunch. All in favour? Carried.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, so at this point of the year, we're 2/3 of the way through the financial year. So the operating result continues to remain a strong surplus, but that's largely attributable to the generation of the second half yearly rates that were generated in the system in January with an issue date of February and due on the 8th of this month. Some trends are emerging at this point in the year. So rates and charges do appear to be behind budget, but are still within expectations. There are still 2 water consumption notices that still need to be generated and applied to the current financial year. Fees and charges, the 2 larger items that do offset each other are there is a lower than anticipated revenue stream from our waste and recycling fees, which is offset by higher development application and building approval fees. Our grant revenue is on track for the moment. We did receive our most recent quarterly financial assistance grant of $256,000 in February. Sales revenue is tracking well, with $1.5 million out of the $2 million odd dollars is received for private and recoverable works, which is mainly the TMR job along Tamby Road and RMPC contract. Interest earnings continue to exceed budget forecast expectations, so it is consistent with how it has trended during the year, and it is reflective of the higher cash rate as well as the higher anticipated cash holdings at the moment. Year-to-date results for employee benefits suggest that the budget is underspent. However, we do continue to have adjustments for leave provisions, and it's also influenced by employee turnover rates and absenteeism, as well as vacancies within the organisation. Materials and services are within the year-to-date budget. There is $12.5 million in committals or purchase orders that are outstanding. So over the next few months, we will see a decline in our outstanding purchase orders as the annual purchase orders are consumed up until the end of June. Our total cash remains quite strong at just over $100 million, and that is expected due to the volume of rates and charges that were paid by the due date from the half-year levy. The RBA cash rate in February was 3.35%. It did increase to 3.6% in March, so that will obviously impact higher interest earnings, as I've mentioned before. The significant decrease in outstanding receivables is reflective of the amount of rates and charges that were paid during the month. Of the outstanding rates and charges of $3.6 million, 424 properties out of 18,000 rateable assessments are under management. So the recovery activities are slightly below in numbers and value compared with the same period last year. Just reflecting on some recovery activities, our sale of land number of properties has reduced down to 5, and the auction is scheduled for next Tuesday over at the Hub. The total borrowings are just under $58 million, so we do incur interest on a monthly basis and make quarterly repayments. So the next quarterly repayment is due in March. There are no new borrowings required for the current financial year, and it is highly unlikely that we'll be required to access the working capital facility in this current financial year. So the overall borrowings do remain on track to reduce down to just over $54 million by the end of June. Our procurement spend in February does show a high spend with businesses located in Queensland but outside CQ. So they're generally related to payments for capital works, progress claims, software licence fees, and other larger payments such as corporate memberships and valuation role membership. Spend with businesses within Livingstone Shire Council is just about $11.9 million, which is about 21% of our spend. In terms of our tender process, we do have 1 open tender, 4 were under evaluation in February, and there were 2 non-awards. So there is a second attachment to the monthly financial report which goes into a bit more detail about both of those, but essentially for each of those tender processes, the tender prices that were received did exceed substantially the approved budget amounts. So Council does recognise the considerable time and effort that tenderers do spend in preparing their submissions. It is going to be quite challenging working through this, so it's not likely that this is going to be the last time this occurs, as suppliers are, just like Council, are faced with increasing costs in doing business. So we do need to have the mindset of prioritising the work. So it's likely that we won't be able to deliver all of the work due to the increase in price that Council as well as our community are experiencing in undertaking their activities. On the capital front, infrastructure charges, we are seeing that they have eased in the new year. So there was an influx of payments up until the end of December. So that has eased in the new year. A review of the capital grants is being undertaken this month, and we'll expect to see a release from our contract liabilities to be recognised as revenue during the month of March. So we have to release the revenue in accordance with the percentage of work complete, even though we might have received the cash up front. So there was a change in accounting standard that you have to do that matching principle. The direct project expenditure is slightly behind the year-to-date budget position. However, there is $23 million in committals. So this not only reflects work we expect to complete this year, but there are some larger purchase orders that are raised for work to be undertaken in the subsequent financial year. The inclusion in the capital works report is that we do have the percentage of work complete that is at the end of January. It is a timing issue, the preparation of this report and collating all of that information from project managers, but we should expect to see that it would increase during the month of February. So we will have work over the coming months to improve the timeliness of collating that information from our systems. We just got a little bit of work to do on that front. So just as a guide, so if you see your percentage complete that says 90, like 100% is pretty obvious, but 95% indicates that the project is practically complete. So there's the work on the out in the field has been done, but there's likely to be some purchase orders and other invoices to come through. Conversely, 30% completion would indicate that the detailed design is completed and the project is ready to be commenced on the ground. So I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the monthly financial report.
Councillors, I'm happy to move. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, any questions, councillors?
There's a lot of information here, Mr Mayor, and if we're going home early today, we won't have time to go through it all. But I'm just concerned about the two tenders that we had to knock back because they've been over our budget estimates. So I think we need to have some more discussion about those projects. One being the bridges up there in the north.
Well, I'm sure the CEO might take that on board and bring it back to a briefing session or something for discussion.
I don't know whether it's a CFO or whether it's the engineering department that needs to discuss how we deal with it.
Well, we'll leave it in the capable hands of the CEO and he can arrange that for us,
Oh,
Councillor.
yeah.
Through the chair, there is a meeting on Monday in relation to those bridges, northern bridges.
Whereabouts?
Should be in your calendar.
Okay.
Two questions from me, Madam CFO. Well, actually one.
I've got lots of questions.
I'm looking at the report of the CEO. That won't help me. No, actually, I think you've answered. My apologies. All right. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Just receiving it. Moved myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO. 11:10. Mr CEO, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report for April. This is the one we lifted off the table.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, this is the item that was referred to during the business outstanding this morning. So the report is presented in its in the form that it was presented in April 2022. And there were one recommendation when that was presented has been adopted, so the remaining recommendation is presented unchanged. But the author, being me, recognises that the council signalled at the time that it wasn't supportive of that recommendation, and I anticipate that it will be voted accordingly, but it is presented unchanged, as was the intention at the time.
Very clear on councillors. Any questions? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Mr CEO. The officers, your recommendation was to repeal the previous resolution, and I'm just asking why you've stipulated in the past that other resolutions are not needed to be repealed, that we could just continue on.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Friend. This is a recommendation from officers to alter a formally resolved council position, and the only way to do that is to repeal. I can't administratively just override that resolution without its removal. So there's not intended to be a subsequent resolution to that. The recommendation was just to eliminate the cap.
Sure. So any future resolutions that are currently in our system and they're brought back to the table by a different councillor, perhaps, then we must repeal them.
No, I've given you advice in the past that you can pass a subsequent resolution without the need to repeal. The repeal or rescission mechanism is available to councillors, but it is not improper to pass a subsequent resolution. In this case, in April 2022, I wasn't asking you to replace the cap, either nominate another number or the like. I was asking you to actually just eliminate the resolution.
Thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions,
Yes,
Councillor
Mr Mayor, I'm concerned about this one. I'd rather see it lie on the table so that we can workshop it further, because we've made the recommendation makes reference to a resolution of March 28, 18. Most councillors weren't even here then. It talks again, the next paragraph, about April of 22, council meeting agenda. We really need to refresh ourselves, and for those people who probably didn't pay us probably as much attention to that at that time, I need to do so now, because we spent over $1 million back in 18 or thereabouts to do a restructure, to get advice, to get proper advice, and we were looking at reducing numbers by natural attrition. Now, what we're doing here now, we're looking at paying people to leave.
Councillor Mather, can I just clarify something here with you? You're talking about a restructure. This particular motion here is about the... Sorry? I'm just seeking clarity. This motion here is about the cap on staffing.
It's all to do with organisation, a reorganisation of the...
Mr CEO, can I get some clarification?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if I can, it's probably even a little simpler than that. It's housekeeping, insofar as this recommendation was presented to you about 12 months ago. I think councillors at the time made it clear that they weren't supportive of that proposal, and we have since done other things. This matter lay on the table 12 months ago, continues to be on your business outstanding list. Not that my recommendation remains the same, but I'm anticipating that councillors will vote it down, and that will just tidy up the housekeeping of closing the matter of lifting this item from the table and closing it out. So I'm simply asking councillors to vote against it. Well, I'm not actually, because I still maintain, as I did 12 months ago, that I think the cap's an unnecessary administrative barrier, but I accept that councillors don't hold that view. So please administratively vote the thing down and we can all move on.
So what does voting it down in your books mean?
Means that the decision that didn't get made in April 2022 gets made today. That the cap remains, the March 2018 full-time equivalent cap remains.
Well, because when we talk caps, we can't do it without discussing structural organisation. It all goes hand in hand. And the whole idea of spending all that money back then, and to have somebody come in and go through it line by line, very painful.
Councillor Mather, can I just potentially disagree with you there? I mean, you can have a body of people in your organisation that may well be capped at a certain number, and let's say it's 400, okay? Within that body of people, though, you can change the structure. It's not necessarily linked to the number of people you have in your employ. The structure is something you can play with, move, change, manipulate at any point in time, but it won't necessarily affect the number of people.
Although I have to disagree with Mr Mayor, I'm not the world's brightest as far as restructuring goes, but it does make a difference because, you know, not so long ago, we had to fight to get an application in for the northern people to do a job, to make up a gang. And we were quite prepared to say, oh no, we'll run it from here. I mean, I know I'm getting off the track there, but if we could have done it with less people, or at least the organisation probably thought so. Now we've gone out to market looking for people to service that north. So it does make a difference. And when we went through, and you weren't there, and I respect that, back then, we went through how many people you need to run sewage, the water, the roads, the administration, the typing girl. We needed to know that we had the right people in the right job to do what was needed. So it does matter who we put where, and what I read in here is it's all about controlling the money. It's not about how many people we've got, it's about controlling the money. And it is about how many people we've got and where they are and whether they're good at where they are. And that's my concern. I think we just need to get a good grip on have we got the right people in the right jobs and the right number of people. And if somebody wants to leave of their own accord, whatever reason, that's got to be respected.
Well, at the risk of prolonging the debate, and I'm loath to do that,
I don't want to do it.
what you're referring to is structure, Councillor Mather, the people in positions. I'm talking about, in this particular motion, refers to a cap, a whole body, a number of people within the organisation. Now, at any point in time, you can change people in different roles, in different departments, without necessarily affecting the number of people employed by the organisation as a whole. That's my point. That's all I'm saying to you. But to sort of say there's an inextricable link between the cap and the structure is false. It's not true.
Well, if you've got too many people working in the sewer department and not enough in the pool for typing...
That's structure, Councillor Mather.
Yes, but
not
you've
numbers.
still got pay, you've still got pays to go with that. You've still got overtime to go with those. Whereas you may not get it in the pool, but you might get it in the sewage if they have to be called out.
Yes.
It does, it makes a difference.
It's still structure, Councillor Mather. Anyway, I'm not going to prolong the debate. It's kind of pointless. Councillor Watson.
May I ask the CEO a couple of questions?
Yes.
One is, I notice our overtime is really high. Is that caused by not having enough staff to do the required jobs, and they've got to do overtime to get the workload done?
Mr Chairman, I'm happy to answer Councillor Watson's question, but it's probably the next item on the agenda. So this is
I must have jumped it.
This is simply tidying up a 12-month ago resolution that remains on the books that needs to be closed out. And all
Sorry,
the
we're on
philosophical
11.10?
discussions about structure and overtime and headcounts and all those things, the next item.
Okay. Sorry, I thought that was we're on 11.10.
Just 11.10, that's right. So this is the item being lifted from the April 2022 lay on the table. My recommendation remains consistent with what it was 12 months ago.
sorry,
I'm expecting councillors to vote that down shortly.
You've got a mistake in the agenda, that's all it is.
Oh,
I'm looking at the next page where it's got all that information on it, that's all.
from 12 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, it's all right.
All right.
It's the same report. I'm
Same
just reading
report.
it from your report, that's all. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all right. I was just asking because you got me completely confused now.
We've made an error 2 months in a row, and it's most regrettable.
All right. That's why I asked the question though. Yeah. The overtime bill that's there, is that caused by not having enough staff to do the job?
So, Councillor Watson, the overtime bill referred to on page 491 is for November 2021, December 2021 and January 2022. The numbers that we'll get to in the next report, which are contemporary numbers for now, will be about half of that.
The numbers you're referring to, Councillor Watson, are very historical. They're old numbers. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, could we hold this over until next meeting, until our members have a chance to look at the report back then?
This has actually been held over, this councillor, since,
I
and you're
understand.
proposing to do it again. We need
I'm
to
saying
make it
that members weren't here. Sorry.
microphone.
It is an offline.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there something I'm not explaining well about this particular topic?
No.
Councillor Mayor, we just need to vote on this to vote it down, so then we can move on to the next report, which is 11.11, which is the quarterly report from the CEO.
Righto. So, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved councillor Watson. Seconded. Right. So it lapses for want of a seconder.
We'll move on to 11:11.
Excellent.
Now we'll talk about today's. That will no longer be on the business outstanding list. Thank you, councillor.
That's the idea. 11:11. Oh, geez, I'm 11:12 now.
Yeah, because I'm at 11 says 11:10 as well.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
So, councillors, turning to page 492.
Thank you.
So, the contemporary quarterly report for the period ending February 2023 for the Office of the CEO, which includes the finance, ICT and people and culture areas. The report is reasonably self-explanatory, but a bit of a cook's tour of things. As has been the case now for about 12 months, we bring forward or certainly seek to highlight 6 measures that are our corporate performance indicators across customer service closeout rates, our attendance or absenteeism levels, lost time injuries, budget performance and capital works delivery, things that we consider to be of particular interest, and staff engagement, things that we consider to be of particular interest, not only to the council or group and publicly, but as an organisation, things that are important to us. We then move into the individual areas, including finance, and we obviously have the Chief Financial Officer here if there are any questions from councillors. In relation to the people and culture area, in Christie's absence, Christie's representing us today on a panel discussion with local government colleagues across Queensland. She's asked me to relay to you just a few points from her section of the report. Our headcount remains steady at 399, as was reported last month. Our staff turnover rate has reduced from 18.5% to 15.3%. There has been 4 retirements, 2 end of fixed term engagements over that period. If we take those out, the turnover rate reduces to 12.8%. Overtime expenditure for the month, Councillor Watson, I think this one's of interest to you, is the lowest monthly expenditure year to date since about 2018. I think it's $86,837. We've had 3 new trainees and apprentices start we've got an apprentice diesel fitter, a civil construction trainee and an IT trainee commenced. We might have been on prior to this latest intake, but I think these are the ones that we've just taken on, just commenced recently. We have had or are about to conclude leadership development programs with 18 different staff across middle management. Program appears to be received well, and we're now in a process of identifying the next phase of candidates for developing people's leadership skills in this organisation. Disappointingly, there's been 1 lost time injury recorded in January. Things continue to trend downwards, but regrettably there has been that incident, and we continue to have reports of damage to motor vehicles, plant and equipment. In relation to ICT, other than just letting councillors know, and this is beyond the closure of the period that this report covers, we have had an outage in the last couple of weeks. Things have been remedied in that regard, but the report makes reference to there being no outages, and there wasn't for the period that this report covers, but we have had one since. Happy to respond to any questions and have the CFO join me if there are any for the finance area.
Councillor Friend, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair, to Mr CEO. So this report's from the period of the 1st of December to 28th of February 2022. I have 1 statement for admin and 1 question. So my statement for admin is it says that states on page 493 that there were no deputations presented. However, on the 7th of February, There were 2 deputations, Cap Rescue and Therese McCabe, for endorsing a UN treaty. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you.
And then on page 502, we're looking at an overtime summary, and although it doesn't correspond with the dates in this report, I just wondered why the general overtime on page 502 states that in November the overtime went up to $78,000, which is almost double the previous month in October. Was there something that happened in November that caused the overtime to almost double?
I think a mix of things, councillor friend, certainly toward, as we approach the Christmas close down, there's certainly a ramp up in activity to get a number of things concluded. I don't have the weather figures in front of me, but from memory we had some rain about that time and we were pretty busy doing some things. There's certainly been a conscious choice to try and put downward pressure on overtime.
Thank you, Mr CEO. I see that with the current numbers and the reduction in January of this year. So yes, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, please. On 497, Mr CEO, just clarify this, please. At the top of the page, all statutory policies are required to be reviewed within a legislative timeframe, have been reviewed and adopted, and yet we've got 73% overdue for review, 78% and 13%. Am I reading it correctly?
You are, councillor friend. So councillor Mather. So the asterisk point at the top of page 497 relates to the table at the bottom of page 496 that shows statutory policies. So there is a lower number, but still overdue for review. So a statutory policy is one prescribed by law. So, for example, very shortly at a budget meeting, councillors will be asked to adopt the annual suite of budget policies, revenue policy, debt policy, all of those things. So by law you do those annually. There is a requirement, there's a whole range of statutory requirements around others, and this report's telling you that we're not compliant with that at this stage.
So how do we deal with it? How are we going to fix it? At least bring the numbers down.
We take a risk-based approach to things, which are those that we consider most important, get those in front of the council.
So are you planning on doing that?
Yes, we can give you the list if you like.
Yeah, because if they're important, well, obviously they're important, but some are more important than others.
And that's the risk-based approach, yes.
Yes. Just when the numbers creep up, somebody might tap us on the shoulder and we'd have some explaining to do.
Thank you. Right, councillors, I've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
I'll ring up at 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr Mayor, when I think of it.
Don't expect me to answer. All right, did you want to speak to the report, Councillor Hutton? All right, so happy to go to the vote, councillors. We're going to move at Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr CEO. Now, councillors, we've got Erin and Greg back. Erin has appointments beyond 2 o'clock, so we thought we would take advantage of her presence while we can. So if you wanted to return back for those 2 matters that were laid on the table earlier today, that would be awesome.
There was the Gateway and Fred Lawn Drive.
So 11.1 and 11.2. First of all is the low impact business industry park at block 240 Jake Court, Hidden Valley. We do. So can I get a mover and a second to lift it off the table? Thank you. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Watson. Hutton and Watson lifting off the table. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. And while we're at it, we'll get 11.2 lifted as well. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Watson, Councillor Hutton. You know, reverse. All in favour? Those against? In favour? Right, carried unanimously, thank you. All right, 11.1, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. So 11.1 is the Jake Court application, whereby we've discussed the proposal, including a number of matters associated with the access and parking and the land use requirements. So in terms of progressing a decision, if you're amenable to making a decision on the application today, I'm happy to answer any further questions you might have.
Any further questions, councillors? All right, so, pardon me, can we enlarge the writing a little bit, please, Justin? Thank you, I'm just struggling to see it. Okay. All right, so you are both happy to retain your mover and seconder status? Yeah. Right. All right, so councillors, moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Eleven two. Over to you, Erin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to item 11.2, that we had some specific discussions and questions around the appropriateness of the on-street arrangements for the premises in terms of potential for restricting particular locations within the street to avoid parking. What you might commonly refer to as yellow no standing lines. So in that regard, there is some alternative options for council to add some conditions to the permit, and Justine has them on a email. Yep. So it will be in relation to recommendation B, section 4, roadworks, with an amendment proposed to condition 4.4 and an additional condition being condition 4.5.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So moved Councillor Hutton, seconded please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
Can we just get those, sorry, can we just get the clarification of the two new ones, please, Erin?
There you go, Councillor Mather.
So in relation to condition 4.4, we've added the additional an additional requirement that the no truck and trailer marking must be retained onto Bone Street. And in respect of new condition 4.5, that yellow line marking would extend from the eastern access driveway on Fredlawn Drive through to that marking that's mentioned in 4.4 above, which would essentially restrict any parking on the corner of the site, basically.
Should we have a map that actually clarifies what we're trying to say there?
I'm comfortable that the words are sufficient clarification, but
And when somebody goes to do the line marking, as long as they know where to put it, that's what I'm thinking.
that condition, sorry, through you, Chair, that condition specifically requires for the line marking to be provided through a operational works application for roadworks. So we're going to get another plan that shows that line marking and the other line marking that's proposed by the applicant, all on one plan, and we'll get the chance to assess and approve that.
All right, Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Happy to wrap up, councillors? All right.
That's who moved it the first time, but did you just have new ones now?
Yeah, we do. All right, so moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Greg. 11.12, policy review, inclusive community policy. Welcome to the table, Molly.
Thank you, Mayor. Afternoon, everyone. This policy review, excuse me, the inclusive community policy is a community policy rather than a statutory policy. So we have an internal schedule to review these policies. So the inclusive community policy has been reviewed and amended according to that schedule. Internal consultation occurred, and as well as external consultation, and that feedback was incorporated into the policy. In terms of the policy, it's an overarching statement, and the implementation will be where the work really happens. So you can see within the report a number of steps that the Community Development, Sport and Recreation team will take to implement the policy, specifically in ensuring that its consideration and associated standards, recommendations from experts are included in our processes. So that will be the next step. The policy was amended for clarity rather than anything. The intent hasn't changed, but some of the language is a lot clearer. And then the next phase is, of course, to implement it into those existing mechanisms.
All right,
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Well, Councillor Eastwood, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this one?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay. Seconded, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Any questions of Molly, councillors?
Yeah. Question I had, Mr. Chair. So I'm just curious, Molly, would you say this policy reflects or has anywhere embedded into it that we are at a quality of outcome or a quality of opportunity?
It would be
in terms of ideology.
Quality of opportunity.
Right.
So whatever mechanisms we have, we've got to balance compliance standard, and building standards with the functionality of that. So in this space, a lot of the time we hear compliance isn't necessarily functionality. So we can be compliant, but in practice, sometimes it doesn't quite work. So we want to get in that middle space to be able to hear as much from those that may not have, or have barriers to access. We want to engage those people who exist and who are very keen on being involved to ensure that the outcome is the best possible beyond compliance, essentially.
Awesome. All right. Any further discussion, councillors? Got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Molly. Well done. (11.13) Small Business Friendly Council Charter signing.
Hello, Mayor, Councillor, CEO. How are you all?
Good afternoon, Emily.
So this report seeks a council resolution to sign the Small Business Friendly Council Charter with the Queensland Small Business Commissioner. So council was approached by the Queensland Small Business Commissioner to join the Small Business Friendly program, which provides a framework, support and tools to help local governments, Queensland government agencies and large enterprise to realise their role in supporting small business. So there are some benefits to council for joining the Small Business Friendly program, including access to tools and resources to assist councils with small business resilience and recovery, use the Queensland Small Business Commissioner's identifier and brand assets to promote their commitment, promote our initiatives on the Small Business Friendly Council website, become part of their community, participate in their forums, have their assistance in attracting investment and commercial opportunities, and access a dedicated point of contact within their office for any assistance we require. So joining the program means that we agree to and sign their charter at a future date. We're looking at doing that during May Small Business Month currently, and that means that we consider small businesses when we make key decisions that impact them, be mindful of them, their issues and priorities when making our decisions, and keeping a log of the great things we're doing and showcasing that. Happy to take questions.
Councillors, I'm happy to move. Can I get a second, please?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Friend, thank you. Just a quick question. We were approached some time ago to sign up for this, Emily. My recollection was there were some rather restrictive requirements around payment terms and things like that. That's now been altered, as I see, within this.
Correct, yes. So the Small Business Commissioner actually updated and provided some reporting requirements to make it more transparent on how we would report back to them. But the payment terms that were in the initial requirements have been updated, and we have identified that we do already meet that within our current procurement framework.
Thank you. Right. Any other questions, councillors?
I just didn't get that last bit. We do.
So we do already meet that with our current framework.
That, what funding?
No, so payment terms, so for small business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think we had any payments to make.
No, not with this. No. So part of being small business friendly, I hope that's catching me okay, is that we can pay small businesses in a reasonable time frame because they often can't carry longer payment terms when they're operating. So when we first looked at this, the terms that, it was twofold. So the terms they wanted were quite short and we couldn't meet, but then also our framework didn't allow us to meet those. So we do have a process in place now where they can request shorter payment terms.
Okay, thanks for that.
That's okay.
All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? I think this is a very worthwhile thing to do. Got a mover myself, seconded in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
(11:14). Change of ordinary council meeting date for April 2023. Mr CEO, can I ask you to address this one, please?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Seeking approval from the council to alter the April meeting date, in fact to split across 2 days. So the Mayor, in his capacity as Chair of the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils and myself as Secretary of that outfit, have been invited to, there is a meeting of the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils in Brisbane on Wednesday the 19th of April, meeting with a number of Cabinet ministers throughout that day. As a result of that visit, the Queensland Governor has invited that group to dinner on the Tuesday evening. In order to accept that very generous invitation from the Governor, we can't, there is the potential that the ordinary meeting on that day, which might not run as narrow to time as today's has, so in ensuring that the Mayor and I can get away in a timely manner to get on a flight to get to Brisbane to take up the kind offer from the Governor, we're proposing that the April meeting be spread across 2 days, from 2 to 5 p.m. on Monday the 17th and 9 a.m. to 12 noon on Tuesday the 18th of April.
All right. Any questions, councillors? Any issues? Moved Councillor Mather, thank you. I have a seconder. Councillor Watson, thank you. Any discussion, councillors? Happy to vote on it? Okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, so I think we've concluded the ordinary business. Mr CEO?
Mr Chair, before we do go into closed session, could I be a little bit informal and ask, perhaps be able to just suspend standing orders? I would have liked to have made some public comment in acknowledgement of Councillor Hutton's final meeting, which...
You don't have to suspend standing orders to do that, councillor?
Oh, it'll only be not on the agenda or...
well, I'm happy to accept it as a...
That'd be great. Yeah. If you'll indulge me, I'd really appreciate that.
Sure.
And the reason doing that, I guess, once we go into closed session, that opportunity to integrate with the public is gone. But I did want to really acknowledge Councillor Hutton's service to this community and this council over the 10 years that both him and I, along with Councillor Mather, started the journey with the newly de-amalgamated council. And at times it's been an up and down roller coaster ride. And the best way I guess I really wanted to, I don't want to take long to do this, the best way I could capture this was, which came to me a little while ago, that one of my most favourite movies, which is called Dances with Wolves, which has the lead in is Kevin Costner. And I like to think that I'd be Kevin Costner because he's a pretty cool sort of a guy. But there's one of the young Native American Indians that Kevin Costner clashed with. Or Costner was Lieutenant Dunbar and he clashed with this young Native American Indian, but they were both determined to do the best that they could on behalf of their effectively their governments and their people. And I think of Nigel a little bit as this young Native American who fought tenaciously for his people, and him and Lieutenant Dunbar at times would clash a bit, and I think over the years there has been a little bit of that, and that's probably a really healthy thing to have. But I've always valued his preparedness and forthrightness to challenge each and every one of us as a councillor, and challenge me in my role as a councillor. It's made me a better councillor. So in that scene in the movie when they actually leave permanently, the young warrior looks back at Lieutenant Dunbar as he's riding off, and he shouts at him, and he says something to the effect of, I think his name actually was Roaring Lion, which I thought was uncanny given that Nigel's in the Lions Club. So he yells back at him and he says something in his native tongue that, you know, you'll forever be someone I trust and respect, and we're better to have you, you know, in our communities. And that's how I'll reflect on that, Councillor Hutton. And so I just didn't want the moment to go without being able to say that, that your contribution to this council and to me individually has been something that I'll never forget. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mello. All right, councillors. Nigel, did you want to respond to any of that, or you have? I know you're very humble and obviously feel uncomfortable with these, but the opportunity is yours. Yeah.
Definitely, and thank you. And I didn't see today as being an occasion for a large or a long speech or even a planned speech, but rather just to thank the colleagues both sitting in the room here today, but also the colleagues of the last 10 years since we were elected in 2013, along with the many officers that we've worked with, both past and present, who've been on that journey. We were the freedom fighters that brought Livingstone back from the edge, and I'm every day I'm grateful for the opportunity that I've had to serve our community and for the confidence that our community's given to me. But when I reflect not just on my time, but on where we've come from and where we're going, I think the most important thing we can remember is it's about people. The job that we do as councillors, it's about people. The job that our officers do, it's about people. And for our ratepayers, their sense of community, it's about people. And how we all may look at that with different lenses from time to time, but it's incredibly important that at heart, it's about people. And I'm grateful to have grown up in this community. I'm grateful for the opportunity that this community has given me, and I'll continue to serve. I have, a legacy of service in my family, having a fireman for a father and a nurse for a mother, and grandparents who are all Rotarians and legacy servants. So I'll continue to serve, but in a different way. But I think what's important is that really, Council, Livingstone, it's about people and the role that we all play in making sure that the people of our community grow and prosper. And I thank you and everyone for the opportunity to have done so.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we shall move into closed session. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor May, the seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. So councillors, looking at 15.1, the recommendation is in 3 parts. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Get it up first, rightio. Moved Councillor Bello. Happy, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Bello, happy with that? All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 15.2. That council resolved to advise the Department of Resources it offers no objection to the conversion of unallocated state land described as lots 23 to 29 on registered plan 602303 located at Piper Street, Emu Park to freehold tenure, subject to the Department of Resources amalgamating the subject lots into one lot. Mover, please. Councillor Watson, I'm happy to second. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. 15.3, request for council's view on conversion of unallocated state land in Hawke Street, Emu Park to freehold. There are 2 parts of that recommendation, councillors. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. 15.4, sale of land at the Gateway Business and Industry Park, proposes lot 20, stage 3B. And we resolved to, pardon me, at the exception mentioned in section 236, the Local Government Act be applied to the disposal of lot 20 and to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a contract of sale. Moved Councillor Friend. Happy to second that myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And as that is the last item on our agenda today.
I had 2 questions about an overview of 2 matters. One was a legal matter and the other one was in relation to what's happening with the depot being.
We might close the meeting and do that offline, councillor. That's right. Just want an update? Yep. All right. All right, so we'll close the meeting. Have a great afternoon, councillor.